Good afternoon. So, we're going to play some Civilization 5 today with Sapiens, and probably use it as a bit of an excuse to talk about Civ 7. I'm sure there will be people with some questions, and I can answer anything that's not still under embargo, and that's mostly just the modern era. So I can't comment about modern era, I can't review it, but I can talk about everything else. And I've actually been playing quite a bit to test some strategies. I think I already have a favorite leader even, although I haven't played all of them. Anyway, we will play some Sapiens, but I need to start a new game because that last one was cooked. So yeah, let's actually do Pangea to make it less likely I'll get completely boxed in. Not that you can't get boxed in on Pangea, but maybe it's a bit less likely. Alright, I don't think I'll be changing anything here. We can still play with 2 units per tile, I quite liked that. Yeah, it's Ashoka. Exactly. I can actually show you guys what exactly he does and why I like him. Just need to make sure I'm not leaking anything. I need to find... Okay, yeah, I got a screenshot here. Yeah, so here's Ashoka in Civ 7. I've been testing some strategies with him. Currently playing a game on Immortal. I was playing it yesterday, just finished Antiquity Age, in which I almost got a quadruple Golden Age, and that's on Immortal. I started that on Immortal because I figured, well, I'm testing this strategy, so let's not go full deity. Immortal should be fine, and now I regret not just doing it on deity because it's too easy. Yeah. Not only I was in the lead in Antiquity Age, I got almost a quadruple Golden Age. So Golden Age in every category. Basically, the AI beat me to the last wonder by 1 turn, and it was too late to get another one. Classic Civ moment. So AI is still going to beat you to wonders by 1 turn. Some things might have changed in Civ 7, but some things never change in Civ. This is one of them. But yeah, anyway, I think you can already see why he's strong. I'm pretty sure I don't have to explain it to anyone who played enough of Civ and 4X games. So he gets extra food for excess happiness. He gets plus 10% food in all settlements during a celebration, which is not that important. But the most important part is down here. All buildings, so every single building you ever build, has a +1 happiness adjacency to every single improvement you ever make, or build, or place, whatever you want to call it. So this is super strong. And happiness synergizes with celebrations, because in Civ 7, excess happiness allows you to get celebrations more often. Basically, celebration starts when you accumulate enough excess happiness. So more happiness means more frequent celebrations. And the celebrations give you another policy slot. The most policy slots I got up to so far in about 80 hours was 18. And I could definitely break 20. So 18 policies in 1 age. Partially thanks to this. But yeah, another thing is that you also need happiness for exceeding the city cap. Because there's always a city cap. You can go over it. But every city above the city cap is -5 happiness to every single settlement you got. So yeah, Ashoka definitely helps you with that happiness a lot. I'm also playing with... Yeah, here's another part of the strategy I was using. These two. I do have mixed feelings about this mechanic here. And yeah, I think it's going to be fairly controversial, to be honest. Because you need to actually grind the game to unlock a lot of these bonuses. You can play without them, nothing is stopping you from literally not picking these up when you set up a new game. You can just ignore them. In multiplayer, you can turn them off, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can. But yeah, some of these are really strong. I don't think they were meant to be this strong. Some of them are pretty weak. In fact, I would say 80% of them are not that good, but the other 20% are very powerful. And again, I don't think I have to explain to anyone who played enough 4X games why this bottom one is so good. That's plus 25% growth rate in all your cities, as long as they get 5 specialists. And this top one has a nice synergy with Ashoka. So yeah, you'll see where I'm going with this. Anyway. Oh yeah, also, I can probably show you my yields at the end of Antiquity Age in the game that I was playing yesterday. Because I can show screenshots. I can't show you guys any more gameplay because I could only do 1 hour. But I can use static screenshots. In fact, I cleared this and made sure I can just show you static screenshots. This is fine. So here's what my yields were. This is at the end. Wait, no, this is not at the end. Oh, I might not have screenshotted it. Okay, no, these are like completely different. This is not what it was. Okay, I don't think I actually got a screenshot for this. I thought I had one. No, I do. Okay, I do. Found it. Whoops. Yeah, so this was my game as Ashoka in Immortal on the last turn of Antiquity Age. So I'm 3 cities over the cap, as you can see here. 10 out of 7, and the 2 of them were captured, so this gave me like 12 military milestone points, because a captured city counts as 2. But yeah, I was 3 cities over the cap, which is minus 15 happiness penalty in every settlement. But it wasn't really that big of a deal because of Ashoka. I didn't really have any problems with that. And I know like these numbers are like a bit without context here, but I have almost 200 excess happiness. I was able to get up to over 1000 excess happiness in my previous game as Ashoka. Just to give you an idea. 1000 excess happiness is a shit ton. It's a lot. So, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good, alright? It's pretty good. There are some other leaders I haven't tested yet, but it's pretty good. Alright, so let's just do a game here as Pachacuti, maybe. That will give us some early units to fight back with, if needed. Terrace farms are always good. We'll do Pangea, I think that's fine. We'll do 2 units per tile. Where was it? Yeah, right here. Okay, it's enabled. I'm just making sure that it's enabled. There is a chill AI setting. AI leaders will not resent other players for their progress towards victory conditions. No, that doesn't really matter here. Alright, let's go then. But yeah, if you guys have any questions about Civ 7 that I'm able to answer, then yeah, I can do that. As long as, again, it's not about modern era, because I can't talk about that. But I can talk about mostly everything else. And then I technically can't talk about the unannounced leaders and civilizations. Every single one of them already leaked on like Reddit, Civ Fanatics, etc. But I'm not supposed to talk about them, so I'm not gonna. But they are out there, okay? You can go and find out what they are. It's not really a secret anymore. But I'm still not supposed to talk about it, so I'm not gonna comment about them. How the age transition feels? So one major thing that I've been experimenting with a lot is like the overall game pacing, because the default settings, so like standard speed, standard age length, because in Civilization 7 there are 2 different settings for like speed. Not just the game pace, which is a setting that existed in older civs, in previous civs, but also age length. which has 3 settings: abbreviated, standard, and long. So on the default settings, the overall pacing of the game feels a little bit off to me. But this is going to be like very much a personal preference. Still, to me, the overall pacing feels a bit off. I think a part of it, just like a theory I have at least, I think a part of it is the fact that there's less micromanagement in the game overall, which is a good thing. At least there's definitely less micromanagement early on, in like Antiquity Age, etc. It gets a little bit worse in like late exploration, but early on there's less micromanagement for sure. So I think it's a combination of the fact that there's less micromanagement, and a lot of the time I just felt like there's nothing to do. So I was kind of bored on the standard speed and standard age length. Like straight up, I felt actually bored. So I started playing on quick and online speed. And recently I've been testing a quick or online speed combined with a long age length, and it felt significantly better. Because another thing that, and I know this is not just my experience, because I talked with several people who have been playing, but I feel like the age progress by default goes a little bit too fast. A lot of the time the age ended when I still felt like I have a lot of things I wanted to do. This also makes the crisis not that relevant a lot of the time. There's like maybe one crisis that can be a problem, because they're like random. It's not just one crisis. Every time it's random. There's maybe one crisis that can be annoying, but they're not really much of a threat. Especially like with how quickly the age progress goes. So with the default settings, at least to me, the overall pacing feels a bit off. And the age ends a bit too quickly, so I started playing with a long age length, but at the same time, on standard game speed and slower, the game pace feels too slow. I know like that sounds like a contradiction, like how can it be too fast and too slow simultaneously? But it kind of is. At least the overall game pace feels a bit too slow on default setting, on like standard game speed, but the age progress feels too fast in relation to game speed, if that makes sense. So in relation to how long it takes you to research stuff, to get your civics, to get buildings done, to build wonders, like to recruit units, etc. So in relation to that, the age progress, how fast the age goes, feels a bit too fast. So I started playing on like quicker speed and slower age length. And that feels considerably better, at least to me. But of course, it's gonna be like a very personal thing. There is epic speed and a marathon speed in Civilization 7. But since standard speed already feels a bit too slow to me, I haven't even tried epic and marathon. So yeah, take that as you will. But I mean, like I said, it's gonna come down to personal preference a lot of the time. Still, like I said, it's objectively true that there's less micromanagement in Civilization 7. Just the fact that you don't have to micromanage your workers, for example, because they don't exist anymore. That's one thing. You don't have to micromanage your army as much if you're fighting like an aggressive game, because you don't have to move all of your units individually. You can just pack them on an army commander and then unpack them when you get to your destination. So that takes significantly less time. Have you been able to try out just playing in one age? So here's the thing. There's no actual setting as of right now in single player to end the game after a specific age, which is a little bit odd to me, because you can do that in multiplayer. There's a setting which specifically allows you to just like end the game after Antiquity Age, for example, but not in single player, which is a bit odd. You can just not continue playing, obviously. You can just like stop after Antiquity Age and say, all right, I'm done, let's do another game. But it's technically not the end of the game. You do get experience, like for your profile and for the leader you were playing. So if you just play through Antiquity Age, for example, it's not like wasted time. You still get like experience for your profile, but it's technically not the end of the game, and you cannot make it be the end of the game. This might change in the future, I don't know. But I don't think it should be an option. Then you could do, for example, Antiquity Age on like epic speed or marathon speed. Alright, there's Copenhagen. Right, I could still grab one more scout. We are on in Pangaea. It's 3 turns, so let's grab one more, and we'll send him east, southeast, south. Yes, so that's the thing. You can jump straight into Exploration Age and only play a game with 2 ages. What I'm saying is that you can start the game later to play fewer ages, but you can't set the end of the game to happen earlier. So you can't change the advanced settings before a start of the game to force that game to end after Exploration Age, for example. So if you start from Antiquity Age and you want to see the actual end of the game, you have to play all the way to the end of Modern Age. Again, you can just quit playing earlier, but you have to play until the end of the Modern Age to actually like win that game, quote unquote. Which to me like doesn't make too much sense, because I thought that the whole point of having modular ages and the age transition work the way it does is so that you could make a shorter game that ends earlier than like the end of Modern Age. But right now you kind of cannot. Like this might change later, but right now, as of this moment, you cannot. Okay, let's grab mining. Can you cheese fights with the commander unit? Yes and no. Okay, so yes and no. One of the very first promotions you can get for the army commander is called Initiative. And what Initiative allows you to do is unpack your army and still have a movement point available on the units after they are unpacked. Because normally when you unpack your units from a commander, you exhaust all of their movement points. But if you pick up Initiative, which is the very first promotion you can get, you still have the movement points. You can even play as Persia, which has a unique army commander that starts with Initiative. But it's not hard to get Initiative, you just need to kill a few units, that's it. So, I don't think the AI will be very good at doing that. In fact, there are a few things the AI does that make no sense. And I hope it will be like fixed or patched, because I have 80 hours in the game right now, and I had multiple cases where the AI was just standing there with their army commanders doing nothing, and they just let me kill them. I have an example for you right here. So here's an example. Again, this is just a static screenshot. So these 2 guys right here, these are the Persian unique army commanders. Right here, that's the name. So this is still an army commander. He just gets Initiative. He starts with Initiative. So the AI was just standing over here with these 2 guys. He never moved them, even after I started shooting them with archers. Even after we went to war, he just stood there and allowed me to kill them, which was very strange. It's almost as if the AI was treating them as a normal military unit. But hopefully some of that behavior will get fixed, patched, whatever. Because this was definitely not normal, like in any sense. And if you remember Civilization 6, like not long after release, what happened there a lot of the time is that the AI had a very strong tendency to just send completely unprotected settlers. They can still do it in Civ 6, although they do it a lot less. Early on in Civilization 6, back in 2016 and 2017, it was super common for the AI to send just completely unprotected settlers so that you could capture them very early on and get a massive advantage. So this is a very analogous situation the way I see it. It's been happening consistently enough that it's not a coincidence that the AI was just standing there with the commanders. So in that sense, when we're talking about like cheesing or getting a big advantage over the AI, right now the human player has a massive advantage with the army commander system. Because not only the AI is bad at protecting them, and it's not hard to get them killed. Like, a super experienced army commander isn't really harder to kill than a level 1 commander, so you have to actively protect them. And the AI is pretty bad at protecting them, that's one thing. But the second thing is that they have 5 different trees for bonuses you can pick up. And furthermore, when you complete a tree, you get a commendation, I think it's called. And the commendation allows you to pick a special bonus. There are 5 special bonuses, like at the bottom, and they are like various significant bonuses. So, for example, one of them extends your command radius by 1. I don't know all of them off top of my head. I know the command radius one because that's the one I was using yesterday. But yeah, there are 5 different ones, and they have pretty significant bonuses. So right now, the human player has a significant advantage over the AI with army commanders, because the human player will, 1, optimize them much better, and 2, protect them much better. And you can't get a very experienced army commander if you don't protect him. This is basically the same exact thing as in Civilization 5. How many of you have played a lot of Civilization 5 on Immortal or Deity? And one of the ways you can beat the AI, especially in a domination game in Civilization 5, is basically by just not letting your units die and having them become like these super boosted giga chads with like 7 or 8 promotions. So you have logistics, you have +1 range on your ranged units, on your siege units, and they just wreck the shit out of the AI. And the AI can never get even close to getting these promotions because it sucks at keeping these units alive long enough to gain enough experience. It's kind of the same exact thing with army commanders, at least right now. And even if they improve the AI behaviors, I feel like the AI, at least right now or anytime soon, will never be as good at managing combat tactics as the human player and keeping these guys alive. And they can be pretty tough to keep alive sometimes. I was pretty close to losing them myself a few times. So it's not that easy. You have to try pretty hard sometimes. You have to be very careful sometimes to not have them die. So the AI is just not going to be good at that. I mean, heck, in Civilization 5, you also often had to be very careful to not lose your siege units. Or your archers. They were pretty squishy. It was very easy to lose them. Okay. Let's grab one more unit here, just in case we have to defend, and then we can start a settler, maybe. Yeah, I think right now, and disclaimer, this is obviously my personal opinion based on 80 hours that I played so far, but I think right now I can say with about 90% certainty that Immortal and Deity in Civilization 7 are easier than in previous Civilization games. Both Civ 5 and Civ 6. And I talk pretty regularly with other Civ people who have been playing. And they didn't really have any major problems with deity either. Including some of people who played less than I did. Like, they went into deity and like they had an easier time than they thought they will. So I think it's safe to say that right now it's easier than it was in 5 or 6. Like, this might change. It's quite possible that we'll get like a day 1 patch. We probably will get a day 1 patch. Like, I mean, that happens in a lot of games. It would be a little bit weird if we went for like a full month with like no fixes or changes, with nothing for a day 1 patch. Like, I fully expect a day 1 patch. It would be strange if Civ 7 was in the same exact state on the release day as a month before release. But I'm not gonna like speculate about the future, right? Like, even if there's a patch, we don't know what's gonna be in it. So I'm not going to comment based on like something that might or might not happen. I'm just commenting based on what I'm seeing right now. And what I'm seeing right now is that it's undoubtedly easier. Now, with that said, you still need to kind of sort of know what you're doing. You can't just start playing your very first game, play on like deity, and just completely steamroll the AI. You have to understand the game mechanics and how to at least somewhat optimize them. You don't have to do like a super hardcore min-maxing, but you do have to understand the mechanics on a fundamental level and understand how to optimize them. Is Civilization 7 fun? See, that's a pretty tough question, but I will say this. Okay, I will say this. How do I word it? Because again, this is not a review or anything like that. So let me put it this way. I played on quite a few different settings for like the game setup regarding speed and age length. And so far, the game setups I enjoyed the most were for a faster game. So if you play, for example, on online speed, depending on what age length setting you play on, you can finish one age in like 2 hours or less, which means that you can play a full game of Civ 7 in around like 6-7 hours. On quick, you could probably do like in under 10 hours. So you could realistically finish one full game in like 1 day. And I enjoyed that quite a lot. On the standard speed, I was actually bored at times. Which, again, I think it's a function of the fact that there's less to do. There's less micromanagement, which is a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But I do think a side effect of that is that just sometimes I felt like I had nothing to do other than just wait. Which is less of a problem if you play on quick or online speed. So I felt much better about overall pacing on speeds faster than standard. So far. Especially in like Antiquity Age. But even in Exploration. One thing with Exploration Age is, like, as you guys probably know, because it's like one of the biggest features of Civilization 7 by far, in Exploration Age, you have to interact with the new world. Well, okay, you don't have to, you can just sit in the old world and ignore it. But if you want to like play the game quote-unquote properly, you have to interact with it, because 2 out of 4 milestone tracks in Exploration Age require you to interact with the new world. You will get no milestone points at all in the 2 tracks out of 4 if you ignore the existence of the new world. So this forces a particular type of playstyle in Exploration Age. One of my most played map types in Civilization 4, 5, and 6, and probably like 3 and 2 and 1. I mean, I don't remember what kinds of maps like 1 or 2 had. But my most played map type in like the last 20 years in Civilization games is Pangea. But there's no such thing as Pangea in Civ 7. not in the same sense as in the previous games. You do have a Pangea, quote-unquote, in Antiquity Age, so you are on like one continent in Antiquity Age. But then in Exploration Age, you get a second continent. You cannot have one joint continent for like the full revealed map. It's impossible due to the nature of the game. Like the way the game is designed prohibits the existence of a Pangea map. Because you have to have a new world, and you have to get there by sea. You have to get there by sea. So it's not possible for Civ 7 to have a Pangea map, unless you redesign the way Exploration Age works. A Pangea just cannot exist, period. So some people will definitely not like that. I'm not a big fan of that myself. And as I said, you can ignore the existence of the new world, technically, but then you are significantly handicapping yourself because you will be unable to ever get any milestone points in 2 out of the 4 tracks. So, like, that's a problem. And obviously, there will be a lot of people who don't care, which is, like, a fair point of view. Like, you can obviously say, and it would be 100% accurate, that like the age of exploration was a huge part of human history, right? I mean, it was. There's no denying. Like colonizing the new world and all that. Like it was a major part of history, and you could make an argument, it makes sense that Civ 7 reflects that. Which is a totally fair point of view to have. But it's also a totally fair point of view to have, to say, like, okay, but I like playing on the Pangea map, because I do. So yeah, it's gonna come down to personal preference. But it's worth knowing that, like I said, you cannot have a Pangea in the sense of older Civ games. How big was the map? Okay, so here's the thing. Right now, as of like this moment, there are only 3 settings for map size in Civilization 7. There's like tiny, small, and standard, something like that. But there's nothing above standard. So, yeah, on a small map, you play with 3 other AIs in Antiquity Age. And then some new AIs start in the New World when Exploration Age starts. But standard map size is like the biggest map size currently, right now, as of this moment. I suspect like mods will add bigger sizes. I mean, I suspect that this is because of all the platforms Civ 7 is releasing on. Obviously, like, I don't know for sure because I can't read in developers' heads. But, I mean, Civ 7 is releasing on the Switch, for example, right? So, I don't think Switch could handle maps bigger than standard. So, that might be part of it. I'm sure there will be mods that will make bigger maps possible. I don't know what the performance will be like. I think there are some issues right now that might get fixed. So, okay, let me put it this way. I had some severe performance problems in like a very specific parts of the game, which makes me think it's some kind of like a bug that needs to be fixed. Because it did not affect my system resources in any way. So, for example, in every city, you can open a list of buildings, like not buildings you can build, of buildings that have already been built in that city, like breakdown of all the yields and bonuses you get from these buildings, etc. When I open that screen, that part of the city management, I get a significant performance hit. But my system resources are not affected in any way. So I don't know like what happens there. Okay, what Pantheon do we want here? Something that would make sense. I will say though, I do think, okay, I don't know what kinds of modding tools they will release alongside the game. So obviously I can't comment about that because they haven't said anything about that. But because of the way Civ 7 is made and designed, I think it could potentially be way more moddable than 7 or 6, in the sense that than 6 or 5. But this will depend on what kind of tools they release to support that. But this is because of how modular the ages are. They are super modular. Somebody commented like on Discord the other day that like somebody needs to make a Civilization 7 version of something like Caveman to Cosmos. And this would be the easiest Civilization game to do that in, like since 4, basically, technically. Again, because of how modular the ages are. So it's very easy to just build new ages on top of new ages on top of new ages. At least in theory. Okay, we got 2 iron in range of our capital here. I guess I can just grab Earth Mother or something. And we have copper, which is a mining... 2 copper, which are mining resources. Mining luxuries, that is. Yeah, okay, Earth Mother is fine. Yeah, I can't, like, review the game, so... I can't tell you what I think about the game overall, or how I would rate it. I'll be able to tell that on February the 3rd. But I can talk about, like, my impressions and things like that. I also can't show you any more gameplay beyond the 1 hour that's on YouTube. But I can show you static screenshots, and I can, like, talk about anything that is currently not embargoed. And, like, the only part of the game that is embargoed right now... Okay, there are 2. Multiplayer is embargoed, but I haven't really played multiplayer, so... Even if I wanted to tell you about the multiplayer, I couldn't, because I'm not a multiplayer guy, and I don't really give a shit. So... Even if I wanted to, I couldn't tell you anything. And the other part is Modern Age. I can't tell you anything about Modern Age. Other than the fact it exists, I guess, because that's not a secret. But I can't tell you anything else. Like, I can't comment about that. But I can comment literally about anything in Antiquity and Exploration Age. Like, that's fine. So I can answer literally any question about Antiquity or Exploration Age. So, like, if you guys have any other questions, then feel free. And one more thing about the game having less micromanagement. There are some specific areas of the game where you could argue that there's potentially more micromanagement if you really want to min-max. So one such area of the game are actually resources. So if you guys watched basically any preview video, I assume you have, for Civilization 7, you saw the resource system, right? So if you really want to min-max the resource system, you could make an argument that this part of the game is more micromanaging, especially later on when you have a lot of resources, because you can switch resources around every single time you improve a new resource. You can't do it anytime you want, but you can do it every single time you improve a new resource. So you can do a lot of min-maxing there. You can squeeze a lot of like extra yields out of the cities that happen to need it at the time. You could basically redo like your entire resource setup every few turns. Like to squeeze everything you can out of like every city. So that part of the game could potentially be more micromanaging, but this is only if you really care about extreme min-maxing. I personally don't. I have still been optimizing that part because there are some resources that are very helpful for your cities. So for example, one type of resource is a resource that gives you a bonus in your capital, but a bigger bonus in a non-capital city. So there's a resource that gives you +2 food in your capital, but +4 food in any other city. Not a town, but every other city. And there's also gypsum, which gives you +2 production in your capital, but +4 production in any other city. And you can have multiple copies of that in one city. So if you have, let's say, 3 copies of gypsum, you can give any non-capital city +12 production. And then you can switch that to a different city, like every few turns, potentially. So you build something important in city X, then you move all of that production to some other city, then build something important there, and then switch it again a few turns later. So, like, you can do stuff like that. And I do like the resource system overall. I just want to be doing, like, extreme min-maxing of that system. Like, obviously, I do optimize it, just not to the extent that I could see people doing it. Because you can really, really go all in on that. You really can go all in. Okay, let's grab writing. Yeah, I can't talk about any aspect of combat that is unique to Modern Age. I literally can't tell you anything about Modern Age, so I will not. I can tell you it exists. I can tell you you can win the game. Okay, Korea, great. Alright. Let's kill this fella. I will say, I had... So I didn't play too many aggressive games initially, like when I first started playing. But now that I've done a fair bit of warmongering, I do quite enjoy the army commander system. I don't think that's a good system. It's a good change for sure. It's a decent compromise. Like, I still am not a massive fan of like 1 unit per tile. Like, heck, one of the reasons I like Sapiens is because you can play with 2 units on 1 tile. And if you play with 2 units on 1 tile, you can have 3 on some specific special types of tiles. But I do think the army commander system is a step in the right direction. I wonder if... So, okay, I see something that modders could do in Civilization 7. Not sure if it would be possible, but I don't see why not. But one good change that I could see in the future for mods would be perhaps allowing more than 1 unit per tile if you are within the army commander's command radius. Like, that's something that would make a lot of sense to me. You would still be limited to like 1 unit per tile outside of the army commanders. But you could potentially allow more than 1 unit per tile inside the army commander's radius, which would obviously make them even more important. But to me, that would make sense. It would be a good compromise, at least in my book. Obviously, that's not what happens right now. That's just like me thinking about what modders could potentially do with it. And I do think it will be uncontroversial to say that, at least to me, what will make or break Civilization 7 in the long run, for like the long-term sustainability and longevity of the game, are going to be mods and the extent of the modding support that Firaxis will provide. Because it's the same with 5 and 6, and the same with XCOM. But first we need a lot of UI mods. Like, man. I think many of you know that user experience is like a massive pet peeve of mine due to, well, some of my past jobs. And man, there are so many things about the Civ 7 UI that bother me, and I could talk about them like for the next few hours. There are some bigger things, there are some smaller things. There are things I assume they haven't added because it wasn't a priority. So like there's no map search. And I've said multiple times that map search was the greatest feature to ever be added to Civilization games. And now it's gone. Like there's no map search in Civ 7. There might be in the future, but I don't want to comment based on like my speculation about what might or might not happen in the future. We are not in the future, we are today. And as of today, map search is not a thing. It does not exist in Civ 7. You cannot map search. And there are a lot of smaller things about the UI that bother me a lot. Like, I don't want to make a list here because it would be a long list. But there are many, many things about the UI that really need to be like fixed or changed, or like something needs to be added. Modders will have a lot of work with the UI. At least the way I see it. My expectations for the next big DLC expansion. Okay, here's my expectation. This is not just my expectation, but I know a lot of people expect it to happen. And that's not to say I would enjoy to see that happening. But due to the way Civilization 7 is built and designed with modular ages, I fully expect an expansion in the future that will add a whole new age. Now, this might or might not happen, and I do think this is a bad thing for the game overall. But let me put it this way. I know the way like corporate executives think about revenue and monetization. And because of the way Civilization 7 is designed, with the ages being so modular, there's no way they haven't at least talked about it. Perhaps they already have it planned. This could even be the entire reason why it was redesigned in this way, to make it easier to add more ages in the future. Like with minimal friction. Because right now, you can literally add a new age with almost zero friction. Because in a sense, when you transition to a new age, it's like starting a new game. It's literally like starting a new game. The ages are literally just like mods built on a certain framework. That's what they are. They are basically mods built on top of like the base framework. And when you transition to a new age, like exploration age, it's basically like starting a new game. You just have certain things that are pre-placed based on how you did in the previous age. So like you already have the cities with certain things in them that you build. You have some units, like you have stuff like that. But it's basically like starting a new game. There's literally a loading screen. The same loading screen as when you start a new game. So this is what I expect. I fully expect an expansion in the future to add a new age. Maybe like Future Age or something like that. Or they could call it something else. Contemporary Age, whatever. Or Prehistoric Age, they could also do that. They could do Prehistoric Age. Yeah, but I fully expect that to happen. I will be surprised if it never happens. And like I said, I don't think this is necessarily a good thing, but I think it's almost inevitable that they at least considered it or will consider it. Okay, where do we settle? We could settle like closer to Korea, I guess. I'm thinking somewhere over here-ish. That's a lot of resources. Next to the lake might be a bit too far away, but in this mod, our capital has a larger radius to work with. So something to consider. I could set up like here, actually, on that hill, on the coast, just to be able to get sea trade routes, maybe some naval units. The Korean capital is a coastal city, so if I ever want to go to war with them, being able to get naval units might be helpful. There is like a barbarian camp here, so we'll handle that. Harald might handle that for us. Yeah, the map expansion existing is a good thing, because I could potentially see a possibility of mods adding even further map expansions. Like, obviously, again, I don't know how moddable the game will be. I don't know. Okay, let me rephrase. I don't know what kind of modding tools Civilization 7 might get, because they haven't said anything about that. But it should be technically possible to expand the map even further in, like, the Space Age. So you could potentially have a mod with a Space Age where you add, like, a map of the moon or something, or a map of Mars, like, even later Space Age. That would be great. I would like to see that in the future. That would actually be really fun. Either from mods or from, like, an official expansion. From mods would be good enough. But there's definitely some potential. With the way the game is built, there's definitely modding potential there. And I think this is what's going to make or break the game in the long run for me. Because, like, it's pretty obvious that if you just play without mods, how long can you really play for? I got 3,000 hours in Civ 5. And like 2,000 in XCOM 2. There's no way I would have even remotely close to that without mods. Like, that much is obvious. Anyway. Oh yeah, let's grab the shrine here. Okay, this is a granary replacement. Wheat, deer, banana, salt, bison. We don't really have any of that. We have wheat to the west. Okay, let's just get a shrine. You could say, you could create a future age or a space age and then go beyond the Earth. Am I right? Heyo! Yep. That's where we're going, guys. That's the future of Civ 7. Civ 7 was the real Beyond Earth, as it turns out. Alright, 30 gold. So we're gonna settle here on this hill. Okay, we can still explore in this direction, probably west. Okay, send this guy west. Alright, and that's gonna be our second city. Right, that's the granary replacement, so let's start from that. I'll probably buy this cattle here to get the food. And then we can buy the iron. And we can just buy that right away. Yeah, this is a pretty good one. Lots of resources in range. What settings for the YouTube stream? Well, I can tell you. I need to check though. So right now, 14,000 bitrate, 2 passes, quarter resolution, slow preset. That's my settings for YouTube right now. All right. Yeah, so let's go west. We can still explore over there. What happens if you're in a war and age transition happens? The war ends. So when a new age starts, you get a bonus or a penalty to your relations with each AI based on what relations you had in a previous age, but it's not a one-to-one translation of your old relations. It's going to be smaller. So if you had bad relations with an AI, he's still going to dislike you at the start of a new age, but he'll dislike you less. The penalty is not going to be as big. If you were super friendly with the one, he will still like you, but not as much. So it's going to be a smaller modifier. So yeah, some of that carries over, but any war you were in will end. Like, the wars do not carry over. And let me put it that way, it's generally not a good idea to be actively fighting a war when the age transition happens. And this is because your entire army gets sent home. In fact, right now, so according to Civilopedia, you're supposed to save most of your units as long as the army commanders have space. But that's not what's happening right now. So I don't know if that's a bug, or maybe like Civilopedia has it worded awkwardly, or maybe something has changed and they haven't updated Civilopedia. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's a bug, maybe it's not a bug. But right now, that's not what happens. But even if it does happen, all of your units do get sent back to your cities. When a new age starts, the only units you will have will be inside your cities and or on your commanders, and your commanders will also be in cities. You will not have any unit outside of the actual city at the start of a new age. So, like, if you are literally one turn away from capturing a city and the age transition happens, well, you're back home. And you can wave goodbye to that city if you didn't actually capture it on the last turn. So, like, that is definitely not great. And because of that, the traditional domination style games, in the same sense as in previous Civilization games, do not really exist in Civilization 7. You can't play a domination game in the same way you played it in any other Civ game in the past. You just cannot. For two reasons. One reason is the age transition, and the other reason is the city cap. And while it's not a hard cap, you can go over the cap and get a penalty, and the penalty goes up to minus 35 happiness per city. There might be some method, some strategy to overcome minus 35 penalty in every single city and in every single town, but it's hard. I've been testing various happiness strategies with Ashoka, and while I can go like 3-4 cities over the cap, I could maybe go 5 over the cap. Going 7 cities over the cap and sustaining that for the majority of the game would be very hard. Especially since one of the crises that you can get will tank your happiness significantly. So I don't know, there might be like some really cheesy strategy that will allow it, but overall, outside of that, outside of like some really fringe strategies, it's not really possible to play a traditional domination game in the same way that you would play it in any previous Civ game. It's just not possible with the way Civ 7 is designed. You can't do it. You can obviously still be a warmonger and capture a bunch of stuff from the AIs. You can do that. I have done that. But you can't just go full domination. Like, that's not a thing anymore. Not really. It probably will be with mods, but right now that's not really a thing. Any idea what happens if you conquer the world in Exploration Age? See, you can't really do that. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that. You literally can't do that. Unless you can overcome a massive happiness penalty to every single town you have. But personally, I have not found a strategy that would allow me to consistently overcome a minus 35 penalty in every single town and city. I've been trying, I've been testing some strats, but I have not been able to do that. So outside of a really fringe strategy, you cannot conquer the entire world in Exploration Age. You just can't. You can raise cities, yes. However, problem is, one big problem with raising cities is that obviously one, it takes time, but more significantly, for each city you raise, you get a permanent, the AIs get a permanent +1 war support bonus for the rest of the game. For each city you raise. So if you raise 5 cities, every single AI in the game will get a +5 war support bonus for the rest of the game. So yeah, this definitely limits the mass raise strategy significantly. Yeah. And obviously, like, mods will change that. Yes, it's a permanent combat bonus against you. Well, no, it's a permanent penalty for you. Let me explain how it works. Okay, let me explain exactly how it works. Not sure if I have like a screenshot that I could show you. I could show you, okay, I could probably show you like a static frame from a video. But I can just describe it without showing anything. So the way war support works is that when you go to war with the AI, you have the option, any war participant has the option at any point of the war to spend influence to boost their war support. And you get +1 point of war support for influence spent, and the cost goes up the more you spend. And the difference in war support will give the opposing party a combat penalty from war weariness. So, to use a more specific example, let's say I declare war on, like, I don't know, Napoleon. I spend influence to get +2 war support. He spends influence to get +4. So he has a 2-point advantage over me, so I will get a -2 penalty from war weariness to every single unit I got. That's how it works. So you can start a war, and before you even start fighting, the AI can spend a bunch of influence to get war support, and you will start that war with, let's say, a -3 combat penalty right from the get-go. Yes, it's a pretty big deal. So, giving all of the AIs a +1 bonus to war support for every city you raised is massive. If you raise 5 cities, giving them a +5 bonus is huge. It's massive. You would need a few hundred influence to overcome that. And you will get maybe 20 influence per turn, like towards the end of Antiquity Age. So it's a massive penalty for raising cities. On a smaller map, you could probably conquer everything. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible to just conquer everything. Especially on a smaller map, you could probably do it. But it's not really what you're meant to do. The game actively tries to prevent you from being able to do that. There are several systems in place that are meant to prevent total domination over the entire world. It's still technically possible, and you can still do it, but it's not meant to be like a normal way of playing the game, if that makes sense. When in previous games it was. I do assume the game would just end if you conquered literally every single AI in Exploration Age. I'm curious what would happen if you did it in Antiquity Age. Because you get new AIs on the map in Exploration Age, when the map expands. There are AIs that will literally start in the New World. But like I said, for every city you raise, AI gets a permanent +1 war support. Every single AI for the rest of the game. Like, you cannot get rid of it, you can't like counter it, it doesn't go away over time, it's permanent for the rest of the game. So you get massively penalized for raising cities. And also, have I mentioned, is the war support retroactive if you raise a city during a war? Yes, it is. As in, war support is not just something that happens before the war starts. If you are currently in an active war, and like you gained more influence because like you hoarded it up, maybe you had an event that allowed you to get more, you can just open the war support screen and spend the influence at any point during the war to add war support. The AI can do the same. Yes, you can do it at any time you want, not just at the start of that war. If you don't have enough influence at the start of the war, you can do it like 10 turns in. And also, if you are in multiple wars at a time, the penalty will stack. So for example, if I'm at war with 3 different AIs, and each one of them got +3 war support, and I got 0, I will get a -12 combat penalty from war readiness. Yeah. And remember, on Dated, the AI already gets a +8 combat strength bonus. With all that said, now these bonuses sound pretty scary, and they are, but that's because the AI really needs them to have a chance against you. On Immortal, the AI gets a +5 bonus to combat strength, which is already a significant bonus. And I've not really had any major problems just beating the shit out of them. Yeah, I've not had any major problems with that. How good is the AI at naval warfare and protecting their treasure fleets? About as good as they are at protecting their army commanders. Which is to say, not very. Yeah. But yes, you're right. AI ganging up on you can be a death sentence. Because no matter how good your tactics are, if you have a 20-point combat strength disadvantage, you're gonna lose. With that said, take one thing into consideration. So one of the reasons why war is easier in some ways is because due to the fact how ages work, AI is, if you're playing on like data and AI gets a major like take civic advantage over you, there's a cap how high your advantage can go in that, if that makes sense. Because like in normal civilization game, you can run away with tech and you can get as many future techs as possible. Right? You can just get as many, you can beeline for military techs that are significantly ahead of your current like age that you're in, like current era. And AI did have the tendency of doing that in 5, in 6 to some extent. There were some warmongering civilizations, leaders, who really loved to beeline for some military techs and get units that were way ahead of the age most of the players in the game were in. So they can get a significant military advantage over you. This cannot happen in Civilization 7 because you cannot research technologies past the age you are in. Yes, you can get stronger units if you get technologies that allow you to get better units. Yes, this can happen, like in previous games. but you cannot go past certain point. If you're in the Antiquity Age, you cannot research military texts from Exploration Age. You just can't do that. If you're in Exploration Age, you cannot research texts from Modern Age. You also just can't do that. So this caps the potential advantage that you can get from being ahead in tech. And I think this is part of the reason why the AI really needs that massive +8 bonus on Deity and +5 on Immortal. And even with that bonus, like, I still didn't find it that hard to kick their ass. There are also some other changes that I'm not really sure how good the AI will be at utilizing. One good example is the way flanking works. So flanking in Civilization 7 works completely differently. And it might actually be really fun to do this in multiplayer, but I don't know, I haven't played. And I can't comment on multiplayer. But the way flanking works in Civilization 7 is that it's not a bonus that's based on how many units surround your target. It's a directional bonus, you know, the actual flanking bonus. It's literally an actual flanking bonus. If you attack them from behind, you will get a bigger bonus. So, like, it's an actual flanking bonus. And there are some promotions you can get on an army commander that can increase this bonus even further. So that's actually pretty cool. And that bonus can go pretty high. I think the highest I've seen was +12. Just from flanking alone. So you can get a +12 combat bonus just from flanking alone. Where the base strength of units will usually be like 20 for the earliest units, then 30, 40. So 20, 30, 40. And you can get +12 just for flanking. So flanking bonuses are going to be huge. But yeah, the AI really does need that +8 bonus on Deity and 5 on Immortal. But it's still going to be like pretty easy to actually kick their ass. Unless you are massively outnumbered and like out-teched. But if you're not massively behind in tech, it's really not that hard to kick their ass. It really isn't. And here's the thing. A lot of the bonuses that you can get come from the masteries. So, for example, in Antiquity Age, one of the masteries gives you, I think, +3 combat bonus to all of the land units, like all infantry units. Then you get combat bonus from strategic resources. There's also an Endeavor with an AI that can give you +3 bonus if they start it. But that's not going to happen super often. But you can get a bunch of different bonuses. I do have mixed feelings about strategic resources. I think with how unlucky I am with strategic resources is probably a good thing for me. But the way it works in Civilization 7 is that strategic resources are no longer needed to build units, ever. Like, ever. There's no unit in the game that needs a strategic resource. That's just not a concept that exists anymore. What strategic resources are actually used for, so like horses, iron, niter, etc., is that they give you a specific combat bonus to specific unit types. So like iron gives you +1 combat bonus to all infantry units. If you have 3 iron, you have +3 bonus. Horses give you +1 bonus and +2 if you're attacking like an infantry unit or something like that. But they are no longer required to build any units. Oh, you can use an army for offense, and it's not really that hard to kick AI's ass in an offensive war. And this is largely because the human player will be significantly better at utilizing army commanders, for reasons I described earlier. Is the same exact reason why the best domination strategy in Civilization 5, and probably 6 to some extent, is to build up a core of super experienced units. because the AI is never going to be good at keeping their core units alive long enough to gain some of these really strong bonuses, like +1 range or logistics. So that's how you get a massive advantage in Civilization 5 and 6, by keeping your core units alive for basically the entire game and getting a core of super experienced units with massive bonuses. But now the same exact principle applies to army commanders in Civilization 7. Yeah, like level 9 Keshiks. And then you break everything. The exact same principle applies to Civilization 7 now. Units themselves, in fact, do not get experience. In case that wasn't clear. Because I don't think I explicitly said that at any point. I assume that it's obvious from the context. But in case it's not, units themselves no longer get experience. Like, that's not a thing anymore. Army commanders do. And as I said earlier, the AI is not very good at keeping army commanders alive. And a very experienced army commander is insanely powerful. Like, insanely powerful. If I could show you like some gameplay, I would show you some of the bonuses an army commander can get, but like an experienced army commander is just insanely strong. Yeah, the commanders carry over to the next age. So if you have, let's say, I don't know, a level 7 army commander in an antiquity age, you will still have that same exact level 7 army commander at the start of exploration age. So by the time you get to like the late exploration age or even modern age, you can have an insanely powerful army commander if you kept him alive and if you fought a lot of wars. Yes, they can die. They can be killed just like any other unit. That's why I said earlier that the human player will have a major advantage, because the AI is just not very good at keeping them alive. And I had this example screenshot earlier. I had this kind of situation happen a lot. I can show you here. So here's a screenshot, because I'm allowed to show you static screenshots. These two guys right here, this is Hazarapatis or whatever. This is the Persian unique army commander. So this is still just a normal army commander. They just start with initiative promotion, which allows unpacked units to save their movement points. And these two guys were just sitting in front of the city for like, I don't know, 20 turns, 30 turns. They weren't doing anything. And once I declared war and started shooting them with my archers, they still didn't move. They were just standing there, and they allowed me to kill them, which feels like a bug for sure. Like, it certainly is not an intended behavior, obviously. And I had this kind of thing happen often enough that it couldn't be a coincidence. Most other cases of this happening were not as extreme as this one. A lot of the time AI was just bad at protecting them. It didn't just leave them in front of their city to be killed. But a lot of the time they were just bad at protecting them. But this is why, like, the human player will have a major advantage. If you can't protect your army commanders, you will never get enough experience on them for them to like swing a war in your favor. And this is what wins wars. It's not units that win wars, it's the army commanders. The army commander is the single most important unit in your army. Because you can replace the units pretty easily. You can literally just buy units, they are not that expensive. Gold is pretty easy to get, by the way. So it was probably fairly obvious from a lot of the gameplay you guys have seen, and not just mine, that it's pretty easy to get large amounts of gold in Civilization 7, and you're meant to be spending gold constantly. This is how you build up your towns. You have to buy buildings. So you'll be buying buildings a lot, and because of this, it's pretty easy to get gold. But this also means that it's pretty easy to just buy replacement units. And you lose nothing. When a unit dies, when a non-army commander unit dies, you lose nothing other than either the production it took to build it or the gold it takes to buy it again in the closest city. In the sense that in a normal civilization game, an older game, if you lose a unit, you lose all of the experience that unit has accumulated. So maybe you had like a level 3 archer or a level 4 archer. It kind of sucks losing them because, well, you will now have to replace him with a lower level unit. In Civilization 7, units do not have levels. Army commanders do. So if you lose a unit, this is the same exact thing as losing a level 1 unit in Civ 5 or 6. All you lose is like the time it takes to replace them, or the gold it takes to buy a new one. But the barrier to just buying a bunch of units in Civ 7 is lower than it's ever been before, because they're pretty cheap in relation to how much gold you'll be making. Does that make sense? You still have to move them over to where the war is happening or something like that. There are no mechanics to help defeat army commanders. I mean, like I said, it's just like a regular unit. It's just that you can have an army commander on the same tile with another unit. So it's like a mix of a civilian and a military unit. It's not a civilian unit in the sense that it will die if something breeds in his general direction. But you can have an army commander and a regular unit on one tile. So that way you can have a stronger unit protecting that army commander. But the AI is not very good at doing this. It's the same thing as the AI not protecting settlers, especially like early on in Civ 6. There were some patches where Firaxis attempted to fix this, to make the AI be more competent at not sending completely unprotected settlers. But they are still not that great at it. Were you allowed to play the modern age? And just... yes, I was allowed to play anything I wanted. I just can't show or talk about the modern age. Nobody is. If you see anyone showing any footage from modern age or talking about modern age, outside of the fact that it exists, they are breaking the embargo. Nobody is allowed to talk about it or show any gameplay footage from modern age. So I will not be saying anything about modern age. Again, other than the fact it exists, that's it. It exists. That's it. We can talk about it after February the 3rd. February the 3rd is the review embargo. So, like, if you come back on February the 3rd, I will probably have a video. Like, I'm not a reviewer, but I will have, like, a pseudo review, I guess, probably, for February the 3rd, where I will tell you all I think about the game. It's like, I can tell you how I feel about some specific systems right now, but I can't, like, rate the game overall. So, I'm not. And after February the 5th, anyone can stream anything. So on the 3rd, we still cannot stream the game. After 5th, we can stream anything we want. Okay, let's grab a caravan here. I hope there's a simple mechanic to assign a bodyguard to the commander, so it doesn't require... Yeah, right now there isn't. But you're right, there should be some kind of mechanic like that. It would also help the AI be more competent at protecting them if there was a mechanic like that. But right now, there's no mechanic like that. You have to make sure that you always have a unit on top of your commander. And like I said, if you leave the commander undefended, it's not like he will die the moment something breeds in his general direction. He will not, because he does have like combat strength. He doesn't die instantly. But it's not a good idea to leave him undefended. So you just have to make sure every single turn that you're not leaving them without protection. But it would be nice if there was a mechanic that allowed you to just assign a bodyguard. I totally agree. That should be a thing. I hope that will be a thing in the future. There are quite a few small things like that that I hope will be added in the future, either like by a patch or by a mod. Like, I don't care if it's officially in the game or if it's modded. A mod is perfectly fine for me as long as it exists. With that said, keep in mind that everything I'm saying, like when I talk about mods, this is all from like a PC perspective. Civilization 7 is releasing on multiple platforms, and some of these platforms will not have access to mods. So yeah, Thanks, Napalm Kid. Appreciate it. And yes, I actually am already recording. So yesterday, I can talk about this because I'm allowed to talk about this. Yesterday, I started a new game, playing as Ashoka, testing a new strategy with him. And I figured I might as well record it. So I do have that entire game recorded so far. Right now, it's still in exploration age. I have not finished it. But I have that entire game recorded. So I'll probably upload that to YouTube after the embargo is up. Okay. I like how we're still on like turn 44 here. But hey, the point of this stream was just to like mostly talk about Civ 7. I just can't show Civ 7 gameplay. Yeah, speaking of Shaka, I'm a bit sad that Shaka is not in Civ 7. It's kind of weird. Hopefully he will be in the future. Okay, hold up. I did send a trader out to Ormos here. We could grab a quick messenger here. Let's do that. Yeah, also no Gandhi. No Britain. Okay. I suspect what's going to happen, it's almost guaranteed to happen, is that they will sell some of these as a DLC. Like, that is a no-brainer. That is actually a no-brainer. They will almost definitely do that. Like, there's absolutely no way they will have a Civ game with no Britain. Like, there's literally no way. So it's almost guaranteed to be a DLC in the future. Yeah, like, come on. You're making a game, a historical game, rooted in, like, history of civilization, and not include Britain? Like, are you serious? Like, basically the empire that controlled 1/3 of the world, directly or indirectly? Like, come on. It's so obvious it's just gonna be a DLC in the future. Which, frankly, kind of sucks, in my opinion, because that should be part of the base game, like, of the core game. Like, that should be a part of the core game. It really should be. Would you be interested in a DLC deal with Britain? Yeah. It is a bit silly, yeah. But hey, you can be Normans, so there you go. And a bunch of other things. I agree, and I don't even like England in Civ. Yeah. Yeah, but I see it on the left. He forward settled me because he's an ass. Well, alright then. Well, let's get some military tags then. Because I might end up having to fight him. Fortunately, I still have space to expand. I could get a city like over here. Yeah. Alright. No idea what that is, but alright. I could probably capture this. Thing is, in Sapiens, if you go to war, you can really get bogged down in that war. Because units are very cheap, so it's very easy to spam a lot of them. Let's go grab Ormuz. It does look like there's a barbarian camp over here. So we can probably go deal with that real quick. Yep. Right, this guy is basically a scout, so I'll leave him here. He's not that useful. Let's go west right away. Okay, well, I could grab a settler. That's 8 turns. We can still grab a good city somewhere in this area. Yeah, Ramkam Bluetooth. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, now it's gone. Somebody destroyed it. That's fine. Okay, so almost done. They would potentially help us. Oh yeah, by the way, one of the things I do like in Civ 7 is that if you are suzerain of a neutral city, you can still levy troops. However, you don't have to levy like everything or nothing. You can levy one specific unit. So you can pay influence and just levy one specific unit of your choosing. So I actually kind of like that. And if you're playing as Machiavelli, you don't even have to be the suzerain. You can levy units from any city-state on the map. I do want to try Machiavelli next. That's probably going to be my next game. Because he can do some fun stuff. Are there luxuries in Civ 7? Well, I mean, yes and no. So the way it works in Civ 7 is that there aren't really categories like luxuries, resources, bonus resources. There are just resources. Some resources do give you happiness. The biggest distinction in Civ 7 are city resources and bonus resources. So there are resources and also like global resources. So there are 3 categories of resources in Civ 7. There's a global resource, which you just need to own to get a bonus. It doesn't have to be slotted into any slot in any of your cities or settlements. It's just global. You have it, then you have it. So that's one. The second one is a city-only resource. So it can only be slotted into an actual city, not into a town. And then you have bonus resources, which can be slotted into anything. City, town, anything that is under your control. And there are resources that give you happiness, obviously. So these are like, I guess, the equivalent of luxury resources. But resources are just resources. They just do different things. And every resource has like a slightly different bonus. Yeah, there's some fun stuff you can do with the resource micro for sure. And there are also camels, as I mentioned in my preview video. The camel is probably like one of the most important resources in the whole game because it gives you more resource slots. And this can be insanely powerful. You can do some really fun stuff with this, especially in like a freshly settled or converted city. So if you can get camels, you should get camels every single time. They are just so good. Yeah, the camel dominance continues. How am I enjoying Civ 7? Do I see myself playing it as long as 5? Well, I'm not supposed to review the game yet. So I'm not sure if I can tell you how I'm enjoying the game as a whole. I like some parts of it, I dislike other parts. Whether I could see myself playing it as long as 5, this will depend on what the modding scene will be like. So it will depend on what kinds of modding tools will be released. Because, sure, we know that the game is moddable, obviously, but we don't know the extent of that modability, really, and we don't know what kinds of modding tools Firaxis might release and when. So whether I'll play it as much will heavily depend on what kind of modding scene it will have. It does have some potential, so the way the game is built has some significant potential for future mods, but whether that will happen or not, well, remains to be seen. And also, obviously, like, Civ 7 will get better over time. I don't think that Civ 7 will uphold the tradition of the free past Civilization games and potentially become really good after 2 expansions. And this is not me, like, reviewing the game. It's just me, like, memeing, basically. Because it's a literal meme that Civ is always really good after 2 expansions. I think there's a good chance that's gonna be the case here as well. It's gonna depend on several things. I will say, though, that Civilization 7 plays very differently than any other past Civ game. I think ultimately, this is going to be the biggest point of contention about Civilization 7. It plays very differently in terms of the overall feel and vibe of the game compared to literally any other Civ game in the past. And I played every single Civilization game since Civilization 1. I was there 3,000 years ago when Civilization 1 was released. I played it back then in 1992. But the Civ 7 plays very differently compared to any Civ game we ever had. How do I feel about the diplomacy combat screen? I don't really care about the leaders facing off. I will say, though, that I don't like the diplomacy system in Civilization 7. I think diplomacy in Civilization 7 is pretty good. I like the way it works. It's more logical. However, I dislike the fact that the agenda system is still a thing. I was always of the opinion that the agenda system in Civilization 6 was one of the worst changes in Civilization 6 compared to 5. The agenda system, in my opinion, is dog shit in Civilization 6. It makes no sense. Obviously, that's just my opinion, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people share that opinion. And unfortunately, the agenda system still exists in Civ 7. Why don't I like it? Because, okay, it's not that it's the agenda system itself that I dislike. I dislike the fact that a lot of the agendas make no sense. They literally make no sense whatsoever. Some of them are a bit more logical because they play into some of the goals and priorities certain civilizations might have, but a lot of them just make no sense at all. So it's more the logic behind them that I dislike. And there are definitely some really illogical agendas in Civ 7 still that I strongly dislike. With that said, I was still able to stay friendly with AIs who disliked me because of their agenda. So that did not prevent me from being friendly with them. And overall, I don't think diplomacy as a whole in Civ 7 is an improvement. How's religion? Okay, so religion is only a thing starting in Exploration Age. In Antiquity Age, you only get the Pantheon. And the religion in Civ 7... it's very weird. It's very, very weird. You also don't really get that many benefits from religion right now. So religion right now in Civ 7 is more like religion early on in Civ 6. Because what happened with religion in Civ 6 is that it was pretty weak originally. It didn't really do that much. And then over time, when they added new stuff that you could do with faith, it became insanely powerful. So right now, religion is probably at a comparable stage that it was at early on in Civ 6. There's not that much that you can do with it. There aren't that many bonuses or benefits that you can get from it. You can still get some. But yeah, I mostly ignored it a lot of the time. And also, the pantheons as well as the founder beliefs are kind of weird. One of the biggest things that you pick for your religion in Civ 7 is the way you get relics. So that's the first thing you pick when you pick a religion. And they are so weird and so specific. So for example, like you get a relic when you convert a foreign city that owns a natural wonder to your religion. But like a lot of these are like insanely hyper specific, which is very strange. Like the system feels very odd. There's one that gives you 2 relics when you convert an enemy capital, or rather a foreign capital, doesn't have to be your enemy. So there are a few that are easier, but there are quite a few that are super hyper specific. So I'm not a big fan of that. And relics are one of the milestone goals in Exploration Age. You need to get certain number of relics. But yeah, there's not really that much that you can get from religion. It's not nearly as powerful. It's not even like a quarter as powerful as it is in the current iteration of Civilization 6. Like, not even close. You can frankly mostly ignore it a lot of the time. I think, ironically, the most relevant I felt the religion was in my games so far was during the crisis. Because there is a crisis that you can get in Exploration Age. Again, the crisis is like random. You don't always get the same one. But there's a crisis that you can get in Exploration Age where you can get significant happiness penalties to cities that do not follow your religion, for example. So then you suddenly start caring a lot more. But outside of that, yeah, it's not really that great. The biggest bonuses you can get are some yield bonuses for having converted foreign cities. So basically kind of the same as in previous Civ games, like Tithe. You can get more gold for each foreign city converted to your religion, like that's a thing. But you can't get, for example, like, I don't know, you can't recruit a massive army using faith, like that's not a thing. Like, faith as a resource is just not really a thing.
동지여, 우리는 상의해야 할 것이 많고.
Oh yeah, I guess we can sell this. I suspect that religion will get better over time, like it did in Civilization 6. That's my expectation right now. Okay, I think we should start building a road here. Yeah, I do feel like religion wasn't really like fully thought through. That's the vibe I got from it, at least. I definitely didn't care too much about it. It just didn't feel super impactful to me. So... And religion as a system is definitely way more complex in Civ 6 right now. Thanks, Alexei Trebam, I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. So here's the question, do we go to war with this guy? Maybe. Wait, did a new barbarian camp spawn up here? Where did this guy come from? Okay, not sure where he came from. But we'll kill him real quick. If I'm gonna declare war on Harald, I'm going to need more units. For now, I'm just getting a settler. Yeah, religion in 6 is insane right now. But like I said, early on in the game, religion was not that good in Civ 6. It only got good over time, as they kept adding like more stuff to do with it. But like back in 2017, for example, it wasn't really that good. So I think the same exact thing will happen in Civ 7. It's just not that impactful right now, but it will become better over time as they add the new mechanics to religion. Religion itself definitely feels a bit undercooked. Like right now. At least, again, that's just my impression. Yep, okay, there's the camp. But yeah, that's basically just my impression of it at the moment. Okay. I guess I'm gonna grab barracks. Alright, let's grab barracks. Where do we settle? Probably like over here-ish. If I forward settle Korea, he might not be super happy about that, but we are friends right now. So maybe it's fine. This is not a very good spot. I could technically settle like over here-ish. Settling close to mountains would obviously make sense, because we're Pachacuti. But Antwerp is going to steal a lot of these tiles from me. And I need to be 4 tiles away, so this would not be a very good city. I could be cheeky and like go to the other side and settle over here-ish. That's an option. Maybe not a bad one. Why did these city-states have to be this close to the mountains? Okay, let's go south. Yes, I can settle in the mountains at Pachacuti, I'm pretty sure. Not sure where that's gonna be listed. I'm pretty sure I can. Okay, units ignore terrain, blah blah blah. Yes, cities, roads, and railroads may be built on mountains, so I can settle on top of a mountain. That is a thing I can do, in fact. Maybe we will. Can you talk about how great people work in Civ 7? Yes, I can. So, okay, the way great people work is that, interestingly, what's very strange about the great people is that not every civilization can get the great people. The way great people work is that specific civilizations can get them usually from their unique quarter. So when you have a unique quarter that allows you to get great people, the effect of the great people is random, and their cost goes up over time. So some of the effects I had from great people included like spawning some units for free, getting extra science from a library, I think adding some population. Like there were all kinds of bonuses that I had. One thing I don't know for sure, I think it's the case, but I don't know for sure, is that different civilizations have different effects from their great people. Like I'm pretty sure that's what happens. I don't know with absolute 100% certainty, but I'm about 80% sure, because they are all named differently. But yes, that's how they work. Usually, you pick a civilization. I mean, you have to pick a civilization that can get great people. Then you have to build your unique quarter. And once you build your unique quarter, it allows you to recruit the great person from your city. Like, it's literally a unit that you recruit, like any other unit. You don't have to wait to accumulate points, and then it spawns or something like that. You can literally just build it like you can build an archer. Like, that's it. And then you get a random effect from it. And the cost goes up. So that's how it works. I have mixed feelings about that system, but that's how it works. And like I said, I'm about 80% sure that different civilizations get different effects, potentially, from their great people. So, like, it's interesting, but I'm not sure if I really like it that much. It has some potential, like, for the future, for, like, modding. And I'm probably gonna say this a lot, because I suppose it's true. Another thing is, okay, so speaking of religion, one thing you do technically get with religion is the same exact thing you get for civics from the civilization you pick. You technically get a separate tree where you get your civilization civics, right? You guys have seen this in previous videos, right? So if you pick, let's say, Greece, you have your civics tree, and you have like Greek civics, which is technically a separate tree. It's a small one with like 4 items in it, but it's technically a separate tree. The same exact thing happens with religion. So that's interesting. I see some modding potential in there. I think if they provide good modding tools, Civilization 7 could have a really interesting modding scene and some really, really good mods in the future. If they provide the right modding tools for that. Now, it's not gonna happen overnight, but it's maybe potentially something to look forward to. Okay, so let's go through these mountains, shall we? And I'll give the settler a scout as an escort. Hold up. I don't think I need sailing yet. We could grab masonry just to unlock city walls, if nothing else. And also the quarry to get the marble. Okay, Shaka completed training grounds. It's a good thing he's not my neighbor. Okay, let's kill this barbarian. Done. Alright. Let's go. I could start a city literally in the middle of these mountains. It wouldn't necessarily be a very good one, but hey, I could. I could indeed. There's a lake in the middle. How do I feel about
Hoşunuza gider mi?
the leader mementos or bonuses you can unlock? So, okay, I'm not a fan of that system because some of these bonuses are pretty powerful. For those of you who weren't here earlier, here's an example. This is a memento setup I'm using in my current game. Right here, this is just an example. A lot of these mementos are not really that great, but like 20% of them are really powerful potentially. So I don't like this system because in order to unlock some of them, you have to, in order to unlock some of them, you have to grind for like a pretty long time. And like, I don't play Civilization like a friggin' MMO or a roguelike, you know? I don't play to grind for future bonuses. I'm sure there will be people who will enjoy that, and there might be a mod that will unlock everything, at least on the PC, unless it ends up being a restricted functionality, which is technically possible. It could end up being a restricted functionality, but let's assume it's not. There will probably be a mod that unlocks everything on the PC, but there are platforms that will not get mods. So there's that. But outside of the mod that will unlock everything, I don't like this system. Because you really have to play for a very long time to unlock some of them. And furthermore, for anyone who doesn't know, you get experience, you have like a profile level, which unlocks stuff, including mementos, but you also have leader level for each individual leader in the game. So when you play a game, and you finish an age, or you finish a game, you get experience for both your profile and also for the specific leader you are playing as. And you can unlock leader-specific things, like extra nodes on the attribute tree, which I also have mixed feelings about. However, you can also unlock mementos that can be used on anyone. Not just on that leader, on literally anyone. One of the very powerful ones is a memento you unlock through Benjamin Franklin at level 2, which is like pretty early, but you still have to play him, which gives you 50 influence, like every time, what was it? Like every time you research a civic or a mastery or something like that. Okay, I literally don't remember what exactly it was, but you get like a 50 influence every time you do stuff. Which is pretty powerful because influence is a very powerful mechanic. And once you unlock that, you can use it on anyone you want. Oh yeah, I got it. I can actually show you. Right here. Hold up. Right here. So this is a memento you unlock by playing Benjamin Franklin. And once you unlock that, you can use this on any leader you want, in any game you want. And this is pretty strong. 50 influence every time you research a tech or civic mastery. This is very strong. I mean, you guys have seen how many neutral cities I integrated into my empire in my previous video. It's a very strong mechanic. You can get several cities basically quote-unquote for free if you have enough influence to become a suzerain and then integrate them into your empire. And getting 50 influence every single time you get a civic or tech mastery is super strong. And there are many, many examples of this. So there are quite a few really powerful mementos that you have to play as a specific leader to unlock them, and then you can use it on anyone. So I don't like that. I don't want to grind all these mementos. And I'm saying this as somebody who has 3,000 hours in Civ 5. I don't like a forced grind like that. And you can make an argument, well, you can just ignore their existence. Yeah, you can. But it's a system that exists in the game, so why would you? Okay, where do we settle here? I don't think it makes any sense to settle here, right next to Moscow. I might actually settle like here. Is this a volcano? Yes. Okay, I might just settle literally here. Actually considering it. I won't have to worry about anyone capturing this city ever if I settle over here. We'll still have this copper in range. Yeah, I might actually settle here. Or here. So this spot is a tiny bit better maybe, or is it? Okay, maybe not. Okay, screw it. Let's just settle here, because why not? There you go. I'll buy that deer right away and work it. There you go, we got ourselves a city. Let's just start building the library here, because I'll need one anyway. A very relevant name, I guess. The most relevant name I've ever seen. Yep. Okay, well, we got the barracks. I could start building up an army here if I wanted to attack this guy. How many techs does he have? Also, when is our declaration of friendship expiring? In 15 turns. He has 10 techs. I got 11. Okay. So it's probably fine. I just don't want to get bogged down in like a super long war. Okay, let's grab ourselves a caravan, shall we? Yep, might as well. Okay, and we need some science, I guess. We got the library, so that's good. And that's the burial site replacement. Okay, let's get a little bit of science. How long for a worker? 8 turns? Right, let's grab a worker. Yeah, I'm not declaring war on Shaka. You go ahead and do that yourself. I'm not stopping you. How goes Sapiens? I mean, we're mostly using this as an excuse to talk about the Civ 7 so far. Because I can't do any more Civ 7 gameplay. At least I can't stream it. But I can play something else and talk about Civ 7. So that's basically what we've been doing. But I fully expect there's going to be a mod that will unlock all of the mementos. as long as, like I said, it's not a restricted functionality. But overall, I do not like that system. It's just too grindy. It's way too grindy. Let me put it this way. I have 80 hours in the game, and I have one leader. Each leader has 10 levels. So your profile has 50 levels. Each leader has 10. In 80 hours that I have in the game, I have one leader at level 5, close to level 6, that's Ashoka. And then I have like a small handful of leaders at level 2 or level 3. That's it. So if you wanted to get every single leader in the game, not counting any additional leaders they might add in the future, to level 10, you would probably need well over 1,000 hours, easily. Easily! And I'm probably underestimating it. But well over 1,000 hours, like easily over 1,000 hours. Yeah. So I don't like this system, it's too grindy. I think it should have been cosmetic only. Like, I don't know, give them a new hat or something. Oh, speaking of cosmetic things, one thing I wanted to say about like the whole civilization changing mechanic, because I mean, I'm sure if you ask 10 people what they think about leaders being disconnected from civilizations and the civilizations changing over the course of the game, you will have 11 different opinions. However, one of the things, other than the obvious, that feels off from my point of view when I'm playing is that it's not even the fact that you have, like, I don't know, Augustus, the leader of Mongolia, for example, right? So it's not even that. It's the fact that they do not change their appearance. And I get it that it would be a massive, like, undertaking to make them change, like, their clothes and shit. But if you start talking with, like, you know, Augustus, right, the leader of Mongolia, and he's wearing a clearly Roman outfit, but he's a leader of Mongolia, that makes no sense to me. You can just ignore that, obviously, and pretend you're not seeing it. But I can't not see it. Yeah, Isabella of Egyptian civilization, and she's wearing, like, clearly Spanish clothes, right? Definitely not Egyptian. So that thing, that part, like, no. And it's especially bad that one of the biggest arguments that I've seen, like, online in support of this system is that it's, like, more logical historically speaking, right? This is what, like, a lot of people have said in support of this system, that it's more logical historically. But it's not logical historically that Isabella, the ruler of Egypt, like, is wearing Spanish clothes. How is that logical historically? Clearly it's not. So if you're talking about, like, immersion and historical logic, that part is certainly not logical in any way, shape, or form. If we're talking purely about the gameplay point of view, it's not a bad system. Like, if we ignore, like, immersion, visuals, and the logic, purely from the gameplay point of view, it's not a bad system. Because you can use some fun combinations. So I don't dislike it from that perspective. But I dislike it when interacting with the AIs, because it feels like it makes no sense. I will never not call Isabella Spain, okay? And Augustus is always gonna be Rome to me. I don't give a shit that Augustus is the leader of Egypt. He's gonna be Rome. That's it. I could see myself playing the game for the next few months. And every time I see, like, Rome, or talk about Rome, I say either Augustus or Rome interchangeably. Like, I'm sorry, you can't eliminate, like, 30 years of me playing Civ games, right? Because I've been playing Civ games for 30 years, and when I see a Roman leader, I call him Rome. I'm not gonna change that habit. Like, it's instinctive. I don't even think about it, it's just instinctive to me. But anyway, yeah, if we make an argument about what makes more sense historically, it certainly makes no sense to me that Augustus, who's wearing clearly Roman clothes, is the leader of Egypt. Like, I get it, it would be hard to, like, make a custom appearance for everyone, for every combination, or even impossible. But if we're talking about logic, then that makes no sense to me. Okay. Man, I'm like barely paying attention to what the fuck is going on in this game right now. How's Ormuz? 82, okay. I still want to go to war here. Thing is, if I get too many more units, I will start losing gold. We are about to finish this road, so that should help. In fact, it's basically done right now, on the next turn. So let's see how much gold we'll get from that. Because I don't want to bankrupt myself, as you might imagine. Yeah, we can get walls, in case we actually end up fighting. Yeah, the leader living for like 4,000 years is not exactly super logical either. Like, that's what's really funny to me about their arguments in favor of this system. And like, I'm not saying like people are not allowed to like this system. I like this system from gameplay point of view. But if somebody makes an argument, and this is again the main argument I've seen, is that this makes more sense in the historical context, that like the civilization changes because, well, it did change in various ways. The leader being alive for 5,000 years does not make sense. Neither does like that leader wearing the same clothes for that entire time. Okay, here's the thing. We did have civilization games before where leaders changed their appearance based on the current age. That was a thing in the past in Civ games. Now, obviously, they didn't have full 3D animations in those games. But that was a thing in the past. I don't know, like that part just breaks immersion for me. And while immersion is not exactly an important part of the game for me, it's not that important, it does break immersion. Okay, he's sending me money. Thanks, bro. Yeah, the advisors in Civilization 2 changed appearance. Yep, they sure did. They sure did. Okay, -1, alright. I need to improve more resources and just sell them, I guess. Yup. I don't think going to war would be that great for us right now. Yeah, because if I lose that war, I'll be screwed. So I don't think I'm gonna do that. With that said, he wants my lands, so it's not impossible he will declare war on me himself at some point. I could definitely see that happening. Let's grab another worker. I don't have nearly enough workers. Yeah, I need to get that marble. I need to get a lot of these things. I feel like it's not too much to ask game developers nowadays to keep animation exactly the same but swap clothes. Yeah, they could do some like basic cosmetic changes at least, because there are only 3 ages. I don't know, they could do something. With that said, again, I don't care that much about it personally, but it's just so obvious and in your face when I'm playing. It's super, super obvious. It bothers me. Alright, yeah, another worker. We're gonna need them. There's a lot to improve. Alright, that's gonna be enough. 4 workers for 3 cities right now. That's enough. We'll get that truffle. And I should work on the National College as well. Once we finish the library, we'll finish philosophy, then we'll build National College. Maybe then we can consider a war or something like that. Okay. Temple of Artemis is 5 turns. What the heck? Let's build Temple of Artemis. It's 5 turns, and philosophy is also exactly 5 turns. Although library is 6. But it will be done before I'll want to switch to National College. It bothers me because they put so much time into making the cities evolve and made such a huge deal out of it. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. How was the reinforcement mechanic? Okay, so the way reinforcement mechanic works is that you can tell a unit in a completely different part of the map to reinforce an army of a specific army commander. He will then be removed from the map entirely and I guess like travel to that army commander. I haven't really tested this mechanic too much, so I don't know how much the time that you have to wait scales with the distance. But you can reinforce an army that's like halfway across the map. I assume it's gonna be faster than moving that unit manually yourself. Or perhaps it's just to reduce the micro, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not totally sure about that. But that's kind of how it works. It's obviously not instant, you have to wait. But that unit is removed from the map. So he can't get like killed on the way. You can even do it with a unit in the New World and reinforce an army commander in the Old World, for example. So across the ocean. At least as far as I remember. I've done that at least once, I think. However, I will say that because of how easy it is to make gold... Oh, he's sending another settler. Because of how easy it is to make gold, and with how often you'll be using gold, it's often much easier to just buy units in a city that's closer to the front line. It might not always be possible, but it's just much easier to do this vast majority of the time. Unless you just happen to be broke or desperate. But it's really easy to make gold. If a commander is full in slots for units, can he still be assigned? No. No, he cannot. And I haven't tested this system much, so... I don't know what happens, for example, if you send a unit to reinforce an army commander, and then pack more units into that commander, whether you even can. I have to play around with this system more to really tell you more about it. Okay, we got philosophy. Oh yeah, let's get construction. Unlock the terrace farm and some other stuff. Lumber mill, Colosseum, and then engineering. Okay, we are about to get the Temple of Artemis. Nice. There you go, got it. So that's not a bad one. We got the library, so now we can get the National College. There you go, that's 7 turns. Let's grab the horses here. Okay. That's the granary replacement. Is this mod decent? I quite like it. It's a large overhaul mod. It changes a lot of things. Most of the time for better. One of the features I really like in this mod is that you can have 2 units on one tile. It's an option in advanced game setup. Well, the commander units both add and remove micro. If that makes sense. So they remove micro in the sense that if you're moving a large army across the map, so let's say you have 12 units, right? And you want to move them across the map. You just pack them onto free commanders and you move the free commanders. So that reduces the micro. However, in an active war, you will potentially have more micro to do, especially if you're using more than one commander, because you will be using more than one commander a lot of the time, because you want to maximize their benefit and you want to maximize the amount of experience they get. So you want to move them around to maximize the experience they get from your units attacking, and you also want to move them around to maximize the benefit of their own promotions and bonuses that they give to your army. You can have like overlap. There's quite a bit of micro to do in an active war with the army commanders. At the same time, it does make war pretty interesting. I did quite enjoy fighting wars. I didn't enjoy having to stop fighting wars. Wait, are we still live? Oh, okay. I got an error. I thought I went offline for a second. But yeah, I did quite enjoy fighting wars with this system. What I didn't enjoy was having to end wars. And I had to end wars when I could clearly go further and take more cities, because I went too far over the cap. So like I was 3, even 4 cities over the cap. I could have kept going, but, well, I couldn't because I would have dropped well below 0 happiness in more than one city. And also, to be clear, because not everyone might know this, I mentioned it before, if you go into negative happiness in your cities, like 1 or more, at one point you get a warning, and if you ignore that warning for too long, you will lose that city. It will flip to the AI. And vice versa. If the AI can't stay above 0 happiness, the city can flip to you, and you can decline. It is possible to decline, but it will flip. And it doesn't even have to border the AI. It has nothing to do with the border. One of the crises that you can get is a crisis that gives you happiness penalties. And in one of my early games, I went a little bit too far, like above the city cap. I got hit by the happiness crisis, and I actually lost one of my core cities because it went into the negatives. I wasn't able to get it back into the positives quickly enough, and a city in the middle of my territory flipped to the AI and cut my territory in half. So that can happen, which means you really don't want to go too much above the city cap unless you know for a fact that you can maintain your happiness. So I had to end wars because I knew for a fact that I wouldn't have been able to maintain my happiness if I captured any more cities. And also, when you capture a city, what happens is that that city stays like in unrest mode for quite a long time, and while the city is in unrest, you cannot buy any buildings. So that means you cannot spend gold to get happiness buildings in that city to offset that penalty. The only thing you can do is move some happiness resources, and that's it. But you cannot spend gold until it's out of unrest. And it can be in unrest for a pretty long time. I don't know if it scales correctly with game speed right now, because I was in a war on online speed, which is the fastest speed available, and I captured some cities, and they were in unrest for 15 turns. 15 turns on online speed. In 15 turns, I could build like 3 wonders in one city. Or 2 or 3, depending on production. But 15 turns is a lot. So I don't know if that scales correctly right now. I need to check, because I haven't checked this on standard. If it's 30 turns on standard, that would be brutal. I hope it's not, because like 30 turns is almost 1/3 of the entire age. Maybe 1/4. So you would have a city that's in unrest mode for 1/4 of the entire age, which definitely feels off. What were the graphics options like?
상의해야 할 것이
I
많.
haven't looked at them that much. They were fairly basic, I think. I haven't really looked at them much, so... I mean, there are definitely a few things that will get either fixed or added, like the lack of map search. This is something I wished I had so many times when I was playing map search. Like, I assume it wasn't a priority, not that it won't exist. But I got so used to having map search in Civilization 6. Map search in Civilization 6 was the greatest feature that has ever been added to Civilization. Like, ever. It was the actual GOAT feature. But now it's gone. At least at the moment. I hope it will be back. But I can't tell you with 100% certainty because I don't know.
Μέλημα.
Okay, we do have 6 iron.
Μέλημα.
Malokin. Anactite.
He doesn't want to buy, alright.
Ήκουσα σε πρέποντα
She's sending me gold, thanks.
ομιλίας.
Maybe it will be a profile bonus when you hit level 50. Okay, don't even joke about that. Don't even joke about that. But there are a few other things. So, one of the things that seems like a very, very clear oversight is that when you go to war with an AI, their units do not have a red outline or any other indication that you are now at war with them and that they are hostile. However, units that come from like barbarian cities do. If you have a city, a neutral city that's friendly to you or neutral, they will not have a red outline. If you have a city that's hostile towards you, they will. But AI units of actual civilizations do not. Which seems like a very clear oversight. Like, I assume that will get added, because that should be in-game right now, and it's not. Yeah, or like the minimap not showing borders. Yeah, there are a lot of small things like that that feel like they should be there. And okay, here's the thing. Like, I understand that you can make an argument that, oh, well, it wasn't a priority, they will add that in the future. Like, okay, that's probably fair to say. However, consider that, and I feel like this is something that's not talked about nearly as much, especially by, like, I don't want to throw shade at anyone, but this is something that's not talked about nearly as much as it should, in my opinion. This is the most expensive Civilization game ever. I think it's the most bare bones new Civilization game released, and it's the most expensive Civilization game ever. So, at least for me personally, when I look at any game, doesn't have to be Civ, like literally any game ever, my expectations for the quality and the completeness of said game depend on the price point, which I feel it's like the default stance for everyone. Like, I don't know, maybe not literally everyone, but for vast majority of people. But it's a very common practice in the industry to basically like judge games in a complete vacuum while ignoring the price point, which I don't understand. My expectations from a game that costs $5 are completely different than my expectations from a game that costs 80 or 70. Like, sometimes I feel like I'm crazy for saying that. But yeah, anyway, I was gonna say that considering this is basically the most expensive Civ game we ever had, My expectations are appropriately high. Let's put it that way. And right now, like, there are a lot of small and bigger things missing. At least seemingly missing. And I mean, this is not me, like, reviewing it or anything. I'm just, like, saying the obvious right now. Like the map search, like, that's missing. Small features, like, unit outline when you're hostile with an AI. Borders missing from the minimap. Some, like, basic UI features. There are no nested tooltips, which I feel like should be a default feature in 2025. Some of the UI features are pretty hidden. Like, they exist, but they are very hidden. I don't know. There is an era called Modern Era. There is Modern Era in the game, but I can't tell you anything about it. Until February the 3rd. Citizen management is not a thing anymore, right? Yes, correct. There's no such thing as citizen management. That does not exist. That does not exist. When your city grows, you place an improvement. And that improvement will be worked, well, until the end of time. Unless it gets pillaged. Then you have to repair it. But there's no such thing as citizen management. That is not a thing. And once you assign a specialist, for example, because you can assign a specialist when your city grows. You can't, like, unassign a specialist and move him to do something else. Like, that's not a thing. Why would it be such a secret? I mean, it's not a secret in a sense, it's just under embargo. So, like, we're not allowed to talk about Modern Era. I can tell you it exists, like, that's not a secret. Because that's, like, already been announced and shown. But I can't tell you anything else, because it's under embargo until February the 3rd. I haven't actually played it much, because I figured, well, I can't, like, show you any gameplay from it. I can't talk about it. So I will have the time to play it closer to release. So I focused primarily on Antiquity and Exploration Age, because these are the things I can talk about. That's not to say I haven't played Modern Era at all, I have. Just not nearly as much as Antiquity and Exploration. Because again, I can't talk about it anyway, so, like, why waste time playing it right now? At least that was my logic. Right now, I played one single game all the way to the end, like through the end of the 3rd age. Because I wanted to see, like, how that works, even though I can't talk about it, I wanted to see. So I did see. And outside of that, I focused primarily on Antiquity and Exploration, because again, that's what I can talk about. I will play it more closer to, like, the 3rd and 5th of February, but we still have 2 weeks to go, so... No, I can't give you hints, I can't say anything, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about Modern Era. I'm not gonna give any hints, none of that. Okay. We have enough workers now. I don't exactly have a lot of options for expansion here. I think we'll definitely go to war with Denmark. There's a lot of space down here, so I could send a long-distance settler and settle a city like here-ish. That's probably a good idea. But the capital will get a settler faster than Tiwanaku. Yep. Okay. In my finished game, how many turns did it last? So 100 something per age, generally speaking. So like for the full game, it's gonna be over 300 turns. I think on the fastest speed, okay, I can tell you what turn my latest online speed game ended, like in Antiquity Age. Hold up. I'm gonna turn off desktop audio for a second and check my footage. Hey, Raging Fury, thanks for the 48-month resub. Appreciate it. Okay, so the most recent game that I was playing yesterday, I was playing on online speed and long age length, because for anyone who didn't see me saying this earlier, there are two separate settings for game speed now. There's actual game speed, which is the same as it was in past civilization games, meaning that it affects how quickly you research stuff, how quickly you build things, stuff like this. And there's also age length setting, which affects how quickly the age progresses. They are completely independent of each other. So in my most recent game, I was playing on online speed, which is the fastest, with a long age length, which is the slowest age length. Because a lot of the time I felt like the age is over a bit too quickly, and it didn't give me enough time to achieve a lot of these goals. So I was testing long age length, and it felt much better. So on online speed and long age length, my game ended on turn 80. My Antiquity Age ended on turn 87. In my other games, where I was playing on quick speed and standard age length, it went over turn 100. The longest I had the age go ever in any of my games was, I think, turn like 160 or something like that. I definitely had a save right at the end of an age on like turn 159. So that will be 450 turns if the other two ages are the same length. And on standard speed, you can definitely go close to 200 turns in one age. So that's why I've been playing a lot on quick and online speed. I feel like standard speed is like a bit too slow, especially since there's a lot less to do in the game now. There's less micromanagement. So on one hand, the game having less micromanagement is a good thing, but on the other hand, like on standard speed, it felt like there's not enough to do. I was actually bored a lot of the time on standard. So I started playing a lot more on quick and online speed. And there it felt much better. But on standard speed, you could get close to 200 turns, actually. Can you turn both on? What do you mean? These are like two settings. You have to set them to something. So I can tell you... okay, hold on. I can show you an actual screenshot, because I can show you static screenshots. Hold up. I just need to take an actual screenshot from my footage. Because I can't show you gameplay, but I cleared it with a guy who's talking with me that I can show static screenshots. Give me a second here. One moment. Okay, I'm just gonna take a screenshot from my footage and I can show you what it looks like. Whoops. Just give me a moment. Come on. Okay, got it. 1 second. Okay, I took a screenshot. Where is this? Just gonna save it. Hold up. Okay, that looks good. I'm just double checking I'm not like leaking anything. Okay, so here's a screenshot of advanced game setup, right? There are two separate options here, age length and game speed, and you have to set them to something. And these were settings for the game I'm currently playing, by the way. So the game speeds are the same as in previous saves. Online, quick, standard, like epic and marathon. Age length is abbreviated, standard, and long. And these are two completely independent settings. You can set them both like to anything you want, regardless of what the other one is set to. And the age length, again, affects how quickly the age progress like meter will go. Because the age ends when age progress hits 100%. That's when the age ends. So age length dictates at like how quickly that will progress and how quickly that will happen. While game speed affects all of the things that it affected in previous Civ games. So how quickly you research, how quickly or how slowly you build, and stuff like that. So right now, at least to me, other people who have been playing might have a different opinion, but to me, the combination I like the most is like quick speed or even online and the long age length. Because on standard age length, it feels like it's over a bit too quickly a lot of the time. And there's just not enough time to achieve a lot of these milestone goals and objectives. Definitely not abbreviated. Abbreviated is way too fast. Way too fast. It's over so quickly. Like the age is over so quickly on abbreviated is crazy. If you're playing on abbreviated, you're not even going to get like the last text. Okay, let me put it this way. When I was playing on a long age length, I just barely managed to finish the tech tree and get to like future tech. And I didn't finish the civic tree. And I was spamming the improvement that gives you culture. And I still did not finish the culture tree. And this was playing on Immortal, and I was ahead of all of the AIs. At least in milestone goals. They might have been ahead of me in like civics. But even with the long age length, I did not finish that civic tree. And I only got the future tech like once. Are there too few civilizations in Civ 7? Yes. I would say yes. That's what it feels like. Because the actual number of civilizations is higher, right, than the number of civilizations on release in past Civ games. But you have to consider that you have to divide it by 3, basically. Because a civilization is only in that one specific age. So, yes, absolutely. I feel like there are too few. You don't have that many options what Civ to play when you pick your Civ for the age. And remember that when you progress to the next age, you will never have all of the options available to you. Because you have to unlock them. And some of the unlocks are pretty easy to get. But there's no way you're going to unlock all of them, or even close to all of them. So, in most of my games, like the most saves I could choose from was like, I think 6 or 7. But sometimes you will only have like 4. Really depends on your game and like what you're playing, how you're playing it. But yes, I would say the answer is yes. I feel like there are too few. Absolutely, there are too few. Can we get 4? I should be able to get a better deal. Yeah, this is a better deal. 6. Okay, yep. If there are 12 players on the map... Ah, you see, here's your mistake. There are not 12 players on the map. Okay, I think... Okay, I'm not actually entirely sure because I haven't paid attention to this too much. If you can pick the same Civ twice, as in if 2 different players can pick the same Civ, I was going to like test this and check this, but I actually don't know. I don't know. So if you add a mod that adds like a large map with, I don't know, 16 players, I don't know if they will start picking the same civ. I have no idea what would happen then. I actually have no idea. It's probably intended that way to sell more DLC. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why it's... Yeah, absolutely. You're right. 100%. I mean, why do you think Britain is not in the game? This isn't even like a hot take. This is just elementary logic to me. The only reason Britain is not in the game on the release is because they're going to sell it as DLC. Like... That's the most obvious statement in the history of obvious statements, like from where I'm sitting, at least. Absolutely. Or like Gandhi. Why does anyone think, like, the biggest meme in the entire history of civilization games, in 30-plus year history of Civ games, like, the biggest meme leader is not in the game? Why do you think that is? Because they're going to sell him as a DLC. Like, why would they not do that? Obviously, they're gonna do that. Yeah, so I don't like that. I do think civilizations like Britain should be in the game on release, as part of the core game. Like, you can't make a game about the history of civilization that's rooted in human history and not have Britain in that game. Like, the British Empire that controlled 1/3 of the world directly or indirectly. How can you not have that in a civilization game? Yeah. Like, that should be part of the core game that you pay for. Well, the way it works right now is that if you start a game on, for example, small map, there are 3 types of maps right now. Like tiny, small, and standard. There's nothing above standard. If you're playing on a small map, you will start like in the old world in Antiquity Age, and it will have you and 3 other players. So like 3 other AIs. You will have 4 players in Antiquity Age. Then when you get to Exploration Age, additional AIs will start in the new world. So that's what happens. I don't know how that's going to work in multiplayer. So one thing I'm very confused about, and like I don't know the answer to this. I mean, even if I did know, I couldn't talk about it because like multiplayer is under embargo. But I literally have not seen multiplayer, so I can just like speculate about it because I have no fucking clue. So what I was gonna say is that I'm very confused about how this is going to work in multiplayer because when you transition to Exploration Age, additional players will start in the new world. So does that mean it will be impossible to play a multiplayer game without AIs in it? Because it seems like it. Unless you end that multiplayer game at the end of Antiquity Age, or you start it in Exploration Age, if you play an actual full game from the start of Antiquity Age to the end of the entire game, it seems that it will be impossible to play a multiplayer game without AIs in it. Like, I don't know. Again, I actually don't know. Maybe in multiplayer, the new world will not have any players? I actually have no idea. I don't know. Does the map extend second time in Modern Age as well? No comment. I can't tell you anything about Modern Age other than it exists. Even something as simple and obvious as that. But yeah. I don't know how it's gonna work in multiplayer. There are a lot of things I don't know about multiplayer. And it's mostly because, like, I'm not much of a multiplayer guy. I'm not a multiplayer guy at all, which is why I haven't even looked at it, really. But it's just kind of strange. Okay, let me put it this way. I don't think Civilization 7 was made with multiplayer in mind at all. It was just an afterthought for the most part, as it's been in every single Civilization game in the past. Because multiplayer has never been the focus of Civilization games. It was an afterthought at best, and I think it's very much the same here in Civilization 7. It's just like an afterthought. It has to be there, because it would be like super unpopular if you had a Civilization game without multiplayer at this point. So like it's a necessary evil, I think, in that sense. So they had to include it, but it's not a focus at all. Like I don't think they really consider multiplayer when designing some of these systems. The way I see it, at least. Yeah, crossplay. I have no idea how crossplay is gonna work in some like ways. I fully expect multiplayer to have like a whole bunch of problems. And again, I'm just speculating about this because I don't know, but I can't imagine it won't. I literally can't imagine a world in which multiplayer is not gonna have issues with how some of these game systems work right now. I literally cannot imagine it. Okay, let's kill this dude. Alright. Oh yeah, I can pop my scout here, right? Yes, for the luxury. So let's just do that. Right, sailing is 1 turn, might as well do that.
Как тебе понравится?
동지여, 우리는 상의해야 할 것이
Right, I did get 2 copies, so I can sell one.
얻을 수 있는
I would like more than like 4 gold per turn.
Se prepodate
Nekust ile Juntilov yan ululul yokolt inteche un pactal un me.
I mean, I like some systems in Civ 7, I dislike the others.
He who commands the scene.
So like, I can tell you right now, I'm not gonna be like strictly positive or strictly negative about the game, because like that's not how it works in my book. There are some things I like and some things I dislike. Whether the positives outweigh the negatives, well, I can't tell you until 3rd February. At least I can't tell you like my opinion about it. But there are things that are good about it. Like, for sure. And there are things that are not so good about it. But hey, I had exactly the same feelings about some of the systems when they announced or when they revealed the gameplay for the first time like 2 months ago. Though resources work the same for units, nope. Strategic resources are not a thing in Civilization 7. Not in the same way they are in Civilization 5 or 6. So in the Civilization 7, you do not need resources to recruit any units.
Gelin pazarlığa.
Strategic resources are not required for any units ever. What strategic resources do is they give you a combat bonus to specific units. So for example, if you have iron, you get +1 combat strength to all of your land infantry units for each copy of iron that you own. So if you have 3, then every single one of your infantry units will get +3 combat strength. That's it. And also, by the way, I assume a lot of people have seen this in my video already, but the way units actually work in Civilization 7 is that you can upgrade a lot of the unit types to like the same unit but better, if that makes sense. You have probably seen this in my previous video. So for example, if you have a hoplite as grease or whatever, you can then upgrade that hoplite to be a better hoplite. Like, he's still a hoplite. You still get the bonuses because he's a hoplite. He's just a better version of said hoplite. So that's actually a good thing. But that's kind of how it works. Yeah, Hoplite Plus, yep. With that said, there are different unit types that you unlock as you go. Like, you have warriors, you have, I don't know, spearmen, you have swordsmen or whatever. Like, that's a thing. But yeah, there's like a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Yes, exactly. I think I can show you a screenshot that visualizes this a bit better. Hold up, I think I can. I just need to find it. Definitely had it in here somewhere. Yeah, give me a second. But it's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and you pay gold to upgrade them through the tiers. Like, that's basically what it is. Where the heck is that screenshot? Okay, here's one, maybe not the best one. Oh yeah, got it, I think. Yep, okay, I have an example. This is a screenshot I used earlier. Yeah, so here's an example. This here, this is like a unique unit of one of the civilizations, the Sapiens, like a burning archer or whatever. But this is a tier 2. This is a tier 2 like spearman. You get the idea. And it goes up to tier 3, potentially. And you can see my spearman here, my tier 2 spearman, has 25 base melee strength. So you pay gold and you upgrade it to a higher tier, but it's still the same unit. And here you can see I got +2 from the iron resource because I have 2 of them. I have +3 from bronzeworking, bronzeworking mastery to be specific. You can research bronzeworking mastery, and it gives you, I believe, +3 combat strength to all the infantry units. And the military aid is an endeavor with one of the AIs. So, yeah. Can't wait for Marbs to play Black Record again. Oh yeah, I will definitely play that. They are currently working on like the final update with the final zone, which will mostly make all the saves unusable. So I'm waiting for that to come out, and then I will definitely play it. It's pretty high on my list of things to play in 2025, like without a doubt. Alright, let's try to send this settler like all the way here. There's a lot of unused space in this area, so I want to have a city over there. It might be a bit complicated to include that in our like trade network, but I still want that. Okay. Let's see. What are the best trade routes we got? Land trade routes, yeah, with city-states. Cusco to Ormuz. Well, not unexpected, I guess. Geneva has a quest. Where's Geneva? That will be a bit safer if we go to war with Harald, so let's do Geneva. And we could actually probably get a missionary to get friendly with them. I mean, messenger. Okay. Right. How's our happiness? 10? Oh yeah, obsidian luxury resource. If we're near a volcano, let's do that. Definitely. Yes, only commanders receive experience. Units do not get experience anymore. Just commanders. Which is why I said earlier that the human player will have a significant advantage over the AI, because the AI right now is just not very good at protecting their commanders, and the commanders are the most important military units you own. It's pretty easy to replace just your normal units, your regular units. You can just buy them. You will have a lot of gold in Civ 7. It's much easier to make gold in Civ 7 because you're expected to spend it more regularly on more things. But that also means it's pretty easy to just replace your lost units. The most important unit in your army are your army commanders. If you lose an experienced army commander, that is a very costly loss. It's very, very bad losing an experienced army commander. You do not want that to happen. But the AI will not be able to keep them alive long enough to get a lot of experience on them. Same way AI was not really able to keep their units alive in the Civ 5 to really benefit from things like logistics or +1 range. It's going to be the exact same thing with army commanders. Have I found any exploits? I found some pretty good strategies. I'm not sure if I would call them exploits necessarily. I did find some interactions that I'm not sure if they are intended or not. So the answer is maybe. Maybe. Is there anything about Fate religion? There is a religion. It starts in Exploration Age, but it's pretty basic. It's not even remotely close to religion in Civilization 6 right now. It's closer to religion like in 2017 version of Civ 6. So you get some benefit from it, but not nearly as much.
Ήκουσα σε πρέποντα Τεσσαλονίκη.
The biggest benefit you basically get are bonuses that you can get for converting foreign cities. You know, like things like tithe. Tithe is still there. So you just get gold based on how many foreign cities you converted, stuff like that. But outside of that, yeah, there's really not that much to religion. And obviously you get relics to religion. Relics is one of the milestone goals in Exploration Age. So one of the 4 tracks, you need to get certain number of relics. But yeah, I fully expect the religion to get more mechanics over time, exactly like it happened in Civilization 6. That's my expectation. Okay, let's grab another caravan here. Okay. Right, we can grab a terrace farm or two. And we're heading here each. I should probably grab some kind of unit as an escort. That might be a good idea. Yeah, probably a good idea.
Ήκουσα σε πρέποντα Τεσσαλοτρίας ομιλίας.
Gelin pazarlığa tutuşalım. Hoşunuza gider mi?
Alright, so let's grab Geneva. And now, yeah, there's no, like, fate or whatever. That's not really a thing in Civ 7. So no, the answer is no. Not gonna lie, I'm like barely paying attention to what's going on in this game. I think if we're gonna talk about Civ 7, I need something that's like... I don't know, can be played more on autopilot. Okay, it might not be safe to send this guy without an escort, but we'll see. What could possibly go wrong? Also, by the way, I mentioned this before, but for anyone who doesn't know, it's not possible to capture settlers anymore in Civ 7. Like, that's not a mechanic that exists anymore. It's literally not a thing. You can kill them, you can't capture them. Like, literally, you can't. Which was probably done for the AI's benefit, let's be real. There are quite a few changes in Civilization 7 that I feel were done for the AI's benefit. That's how I feel about it. Alright, let's get engineering to unlock better archers.
как тебе?
동지여, 우리는 상의해야 할 것이 많고
Do you like Civ 5 or Civ 6 more?
Lekuşt
Well, I have more playtime in 5. It's not that I don't like Civ 6. I like different things about them, but if I had to choose one of them, I would choose 5. Okay, does anyone hate me right now, or dislike me at least? Harald is hostile. I guess we could spy on Harald. What's his biggest city? It's not that big, but... Okay, let's spy on Harald. Yeah, that's this one. Yeah, that's actually okay. There's the caravan. Yeah, we can go to Korea, that's fine. Alright, that's fine. Okay, I might not need an escort here. But yeah, I would have to wait to catch up with that guy. So I don't know if I wanted to wait that long. Yeah, the terrain in Civ 7 does look pretty good, I agree. One thing I have mixed feelings about, which you could actually see in my preview video right at the end of it, is the urban sprawl, which really starts like halfway through Exploration Age. And yeah, it definitely adds maybe too much visual clutter, I think. And you could see it like in my preview video right at the end of it, when I showed the last turn of Exploration Age from my other game. So that part I have mixed feelings about. Okay, so... Well, we can get swordsman now. Oh, you should probably get that fish. I would have to buy it. Okay, that's fine. You know, it's pretty funny how scarce gold is in here compared to Civilization 7. It's really scarce. I find myself like wanting to buy things with gold constantly, and I can't. Because gold is much harder and slower to get here. You're gonna have a lot of gold in Civilization 7.
lekuşt ile juntilo
I'm going to be pissed if Civ 7 suffers from the asset limit bug that Civ 6 has. Yeah, I can't really say anything about that because I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I would buy this hill, but I can't afford it right now. It'll have to wait. Harald is sending a settler in this direction. Same as me. Okay, I want a city that will not piss off too many people. Yeah. Probably like down here. That's what I'm thinking. Theodora might still not like that too much, but it's not that close. So I think this is the best spot, potentially. A bunch of wonders are available. Hanging Gardens, 8 turns. I might actually grab that. Because this adds additional ring. It would also be nice in the other cities. But that will be slower. 14 turns in this one. Mausoleum. Provides 1 horse plus 1 food from cattle, sheep, worked by this city. We're not working that many, a few. Happiness looks fine. Let's just grab watermill. Yeah, 14 turns. Colossus would be nice. Okay, why the heck not? Let's try to build the Colossus.
Ήκουσα σε πρέπει...
Alright. Got the terrace farm. Oh, yep, there's a barbarian. I guess I'll just go for the city-state's territory. They might not like it too much, but it doesn't matter. I don't think I'll be allied with this one. I just need to get here without like being killed or captured or whatever. It's still kind of risky, but it's gonna be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Every 10 worked by this city, so like 1. Alright, let's grab a temple. Here's engineering. Pakal has entered medieval era. How's Pakal doing in tech? He has... how many? 18. And we have how many? We have 19. Okay, so I'm actually 1 ahead. Alright. I just haven't entered medieval era yet, but we can. Right, I can build a road through the mountain, so I should probably connect the macho. It will cost me some gold, because I'll need multiple road sections. But I'll want to do that eventually anyway. Okay, let's see if we can get here safely. Okay, looks fine. If Theodora goes after me, I probably won't be able to defend this city. Anyway, here's the thing. If I did this in Civilization 7, it's actually significantly easier to forward settle people in Civilization 7, because I can just start a town and buy a bunch of units for it. Because you have so much gold, it's not hard to just buy a bunch of units. It's significantly easier than in Civ 5 or 6. So forward settling is much easier. Okay, do we settle on top of the gems? Maybe we do. Alright, let's get this road. Okay, that's macho. Right, aqueduct. Alright, let's get started on the city here. What the heck? Seriously? Antananarivo claimed the timber 4 tiles away from their city center? Are you crazy? This is 4 tiles away from their city center and they claimed it. Are you actually serious? Okay, that kind of sucks. But alright. That's not gonna stop me. Oh yeah, Theodora is literally right here. I'm literally about to beat her to the city location by 1 turn. Sucks to be you, Theodora. Sucks to be you. Better luck next time. She probably won't like that too much, which is why I'm sending this archer at least. Yep. We beat her, alright. I'm just gonna start from city walls. I have a feeling we might need them. She's definitely not gonna like that. Okay, so this is Costco. Oh yeah, let's grab the Scrivener's office. That will give us a free messenger. Imagine instant war declaration next turn. Yeah, it could happen. Okay. She's the most advanced civ in this game right now. So maybe pissing her off is not a great idea. But too late for that. We have already crossed that bridge. Okay, Korea built the Great Wall. You know, like the Great Korean Wall. Clearly. Okay, that will finish the road. How's our gold? I would buy that copper because it will probably pay for itself, or we can wait 6 turns. Nah, I don't want to wait. Yeah, so the plan right now, by the way, with Civilization 7 is that obviously I will be streaming it probably quite a lot once I'm able to, which is going to be after the 5th of February. Because on the 3rd of February I can do a review, but I won't be able to stream it yet. I can stream after the 5th. So after the 5th I will probably be streaming it quite a bit. How much I'll play it in the long run will depend on like a number of factors. But while it's fresh and new, I definitely want to play it. So I will. I'll probably stream like less overall until then because, well, I want to play it to like know what I'm doing as much as possible. And there are still 2 weeks. But I will still do some streams of some stuff. It just won't be like every day or every other day, like I would be doing otherwise. So, you know, just a heads up.
동지여, 우리는 상의해야 할 것이 많고 서로에게 얻을 수 있는 것이 많소.
At least that's the plan right now. But hey, there are some other games that are actually coming that I wanted to check out at least. Like, for example, Kingdom Mode. for Darkest Dungeon 2. I don't know if that's going to be any good, but I want to at least check it out. So I'll probably do a stream checking that out. At least that's my expectation right now, that I will. And there's some other stuff as well. I have like a list. Yeah, we got the Colossus. Right, Aqueduct.
Ungavuma ukudayisa.
Okay, I think I'll accept that trade actually.
Ήκουσα σε πρέποντα Θεσσαλοτρία.
I still want to do some more XCOM at some point. We still got that Season 5 coming up. There are also some new maps. There's at least one new map, I think 2 new maps, since we last played. At least one of them is another replacement for the sewer. And I'm pretty happy with the modelist right now, so I don't want to play that more, for sure. Okay, let's build the Oracle here. Yeah, I have a bunch of plans and a bunch of things I want to play. Yeah, Age of Wonders 4 still has some more DLCs coming. I was going to play like the most recent one, but I got distracted with other things and I did not. But we'll probably still play that in the future at some point. Season 5 is so delayed that it will be renamed to Season 5.5. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it will. That's possible.
Как тебе понравится?
Okay, I guess I should sell this copper to someone.
Такой обмен?
Will you pay 5? No? Fine.
동지여,
Lekust ile Juntilov yan ululul yokol tinteche un pa.
We could also still do some more Season 4.99 to test the balance a bit further. Could also do some open XCOM. Like, there are a lot of things I could do. Could still do that backlog thing I mentioned a while ago. That's a possibility. I have not been keeping up with Long War of the Chosen, no. I think, honestly, I prefer my Amalgamation Modelist over Long War of the Chosen. It was really fun, and I'm really happy with the current state of the Modelist after our last campaign. So I'll probably continue playing the Amalgamation Modelist. Where did this guy come from? What? But yeah, I have not been keeping up, really, so I don't know how much has changed, really. Right, well, we're definitely not getting our own religion, so might as well spend this fate here. Okay, happiness looks pretty damn good. I probably don't need walls in this one. We'll get workshop. Okay, does Theodora hate me? No, she's fine. She doesn't even want my lands, so that's good. Okay. Right, we can upgrade the archers. There you go. Yeah, season 4.9999 was my favorite wonder in Civ 5. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to think about that. Petra is always good. You can't go wrong with Petra, ever. Oh, yeah, but it's a barbarian camp. Basically, same exact spot as before. Okay. And we have a barbarian ship coming. So I might need my own. Yeah, I can only get a trireme right now. I'm already starting to think about some Civ mechanics in Civilization 7 terms, because I played it so much recently. I have 80 hours in it. It seems like Friday, like the 10th? Yeah, so like a week and a half. I got 80 hours in a week and a half. Yeah, Neuschwanstein, that was a very good one. I can tell you what my favorite wonder is when the AI builds it for me. Statue of Liberty. The best wonder when the AI builds it for you. Because it requires the ideology. So you can't build it yourself without that ideology, but you can steal it from the AI when the AI builds it, and you get full benefit of it. So, yeah. Have I ever checked out the mods for Battletech? I have not, actually. Okay, one trireme and the archers should probably be enough. Did he pillage my trader out? Yeah, I think he did. What an asshole. He did pillage my trader out. Well, he's dead. Barrage free, nice. I will say, I definitely don't like the army commanders. I hope they will expand that system in the future, because there are several different ways in which they could expand that system. So I hope that they will. The only thing I don't like is that transitioning to the next age feels a little bit buggy right now, because you're supposed to keep your units as long as you have the room on army commanders, but that's not what happened for me several times now. So I don't know what's going on with that. Oh yeah, one wonder I always liked is actually the Terracotta Army, as far as wonders go. And speaking of wonders, wonders in Civilization 7 are kind of weird. Which is to say, I feel like they have smaller impact than they had before. Depends on which wonders. But it feels like there are quite a few wonders in Civilization 7 that don't really do much for you. I don't know. It's a bit odd. There are some very good ones, don't get me wrong. But overall, I think they have a smaller impact than they had in Civilization 5 or 6. That's how I feel about it right now. Okay, let's buy some of these tiles before the city-state yoinks them. Like this one for sure, because they will yoink it if I don't grab it. And we can have a terrace farm there. Oh yeah, you're not wrong, there were a lot of useless wonders in 6. Yeah, for sure. And I think the part of it, okay, I think the part of it is the fact that in order to get the cultural milestone points in Antiquity Age, you have to build wonders. So like every civilization in the game, every player in the game will want to build at least like a handful of wonders to get at least 1 or 2 milestones for that track. So you are in a sense forced to build wonders. Well, you're not like forced, you don't have to build them. But if you build none, you will miss out on some bonuses. So I think they made them less impactful because of that? I don't know. But have you guys seen Petra? Yeah, how good is Petra in Civ 7? No, it's not, unfortunately. Petra is like... I think it was +1. It was gold, extra golden production on desert tiles. It does not give you food anymore. You just get some golden production on desert tiles. It's not nearly as good as it was before, yeah. Look how they massacred my boy. It's not good, unfortunately. Yeah, I can probably find a screenshot that's like not in my own footage. Because I don't think I want to look for hours of footage right now to find it. But yeah, I think I got it. Yep, okay, I got it. There's a screenshot on RC Reddit. I can show you. Yeah, this is Petra in Civilization 7. Yeah, it's not great. +1 gold and +1 production on desert terrain. It's not good. They massacred my boy. F's in chat for Petra. Queen in shambles? Yeah, probably. Civ 7, we have Petra at home. Yeah. You know what's funny? I think some of the unique improvements you can unlock through a suzerain bonus are more impactful than World Wonders. Because they are ageless, you can spam them a lot on top of a normal improvement that you have on a tile. And you can potentially get some really nice bonuses from them. So some of them were really, really good. But they definitely massacred Petra. It's unfortunate. And if you consider how much easier gold is to get, it's even worse than the screenshot I just showed. It's even worse than that. Because like +1 gold per tile is nothing. You're gonna get a lot of gold in Civilization 7. Like, it's significantly easier to get gold. Alright, workshop. $25 happiness. Is there still some room for more cities? Kind of. I could probably get a cheeky city somewhere. I would definitely upset some of my neighbors if I did, though. So maybe not that great of an idea. +1 science for each worked lake. Well, we have exactly 1.
Ήκουσα σε πρέποντα
Golden Age. Okay, we need 2 more Colosseums for Circus Maximus and Barracks. Does this city even have lakes? Yeah, one lake. Okay, bro.
Ήκουσα σε πρέπο...
All right. Anyway, if we're gonna do more, I need a break, I think. And I'm probably gonna need to get some food soon, so I don't think we'll go for much longer. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so okay, one more thing I actually wanted to say is that one of the biggest RNG moments in the game, from my experience so far, is when you transition to the exploration age, and then obviously everyone wants to get to the new world as quickly as possible, because that's how you get milestone points for like 2 out of 4 tracks, not to mention, well, you have more space there for more cities, you have resources, etc., etc. But how easily or how quickly you can reach the new world is subject to quite a lot of RNG, because the way the map can generate sometimes can make it significantly easier to reach it, and this is due to the fact that in Civilization 7 you can actually enter ocean tiles without the need for a technology that allows you to cross the ocean tiles safely. What happens is that you are significantly slowed down, so you move one tile at a time, and you take significant damage while you're moving across the ocean. So you can move a few tiles across the ocean before you lose the unit. However, sometimes the new world generates close enough that you can actually reach it while using that mechanic. I can show you a screenshot. Here's a screenshot from one of my games. So I think this is actually part of the footage that I had on YouTube. So this is old world on the left side. You can see some of my cities. And this is new world. And this is like 3 ocean tiles. So I was able to reach the new world before getting the technologies that allow for safe passage. However, in some of my other games, I had to go like 6 or 7 ocean tiles, which made it impossible to reach the new world before getting said technologies. So this gave me a huge advantage in this particular game, because I was able to reach the new world and start colonizing it super quickly. And this will happen in some of your games, but not the others. So I think this is one of the biggest RNG moments in the game that I experienced so far, how easily and how quickly you'll be able to reach the new world. Yeah, it can spawn really, really close, as you can see. On the other hand, from the western side of this continent, it was significantly further away. So if I was on the west side of this continent, I would have had a much harder time reaching the new world. Significantly harder time. Also, here's something very interesting. I haven't tested this too extensively just yet. But so far, from what I noticed, when you start a game, every single player in Antiquity Age will spawn close to the coast, or within the reach of a coast. So I don't think I have seen a single game yet where a player would spawn like in the dead middle of the continent with very hard access to any kind of coast whatsoever. I don't think I have seen that yet. Which makes sense if you think about it, because if you're not able to get any coastal cities, you literally cannot interact with the new world in Exploration Age. It would basically invalidate Exploration Age for you if you got landlocked. Like, how do you interact with the new world if you can't even get any ships? Or a coastal city? You can't. So I don't think I've seen that happen yet. But this is partially the function of the fact that maps are limited in size at the moment. Like, the biggest map you can play is standard. There's no map size above standard. Yes, the resources... I can switch back for a second here. So some of these resources are New World specific resources. This is how you get the treasure fleets. Because in Exploration Age, one of the milestone goals for one of the milestone tracks is bringing treasure fleets back home. And the way you get the treasure fleets is settling towns in a range of resources that are flagged as like the treasure fleet resource. If I could show you a tooltip for one of these by hovering over them, which I can't because it's a screenshot, it literally says that this is a treasure fleet resource. So these towns will slowly generate like treasure fleet points over time, and when they get enough points, it spawns a treasure fleet, and then you bring that treasure fleet back into like your core city's borders in the old world. Then you use like an ability on the treasure fleet and you get points. That's basically how it works. So that's one of the major milestone objectives of Exploration Age. So obviously, in order to get the treasure fleets at all, you need to settle some towns in the New World. Because if you don't, you're not gonna get anything. And there's also a little bit of RNG in that. These resources are not super uncommon or anything like that, but you still have to find them, obviously. So, but I do feel there's a fair bit of RNG in how the map generates when you get to the Exploration Age, and how close or how far away the New World is gonna be. And where the AIs in the New World will spawn. Because when you progress to Exploration Age, you will get new players in the game controlled by the AI who start in the New World. So where exactly they spawn, yeah, that adds to the randomness. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but sometimes you will have a much easier time, and sometimes you will have a much harder time. What I am saying is that if you start a brand new game of Civilization, and you see that you have like a really bad spawning point, well, you can just restart that game, right? But in Civ 7, when you get to the Exploration Age, and maybe you see that, oh, like this map sucks, you can still restart, but you just played through the entire Antiquity Age to find out. So that is what I'm saying.
Как тебе?
동지여.
And it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, it's just a thing. It will lead to situations where you start a game, you play through an Antiquity Age, and you feel really good about that game, and you think to yourself, wow, this was a great Antiquity Age. I can't wait to continue this in Exploration Age. Then you start Exploration Age, and you get a really dogshit map. You get very hard access to the New World. Maybe once you do get there, there's an AI that already settled all of that. So that's definitely gonna happen. Alright, let's grab horseback riding. Yeah, I think we covered like a lot of important things already. Anyone else got any questions about Civ 7? We'll probably be wrapping up like fairly soon.
Как тебе?
동지여, 우리는 상의해야 할 것이 많고 서로에게 얻을 수 있는 것이
Okay, let's just sell some obsidian here. Okay, we definitely did piss him off a bit, but whatever. My agents go where they please. I think he's quite far behind still. Let's check. 23 tags. I got 22. Okay, so we're about the same. Just really looking forward to my first full playthrough. Yeah, I'm actually already recording it. It might or might not end up being the one. It was technically like a test of a new strat I was doing, but it's fully recorded. So I'll probably upload that once I'm able to. That's currently the plan anyway. How developed are the saves in the new world at the start of the age? Well, it's hard to tell because it takes some time to actually get there, and there's no tool like Fire Tuner. So, if I could use something like Fire Tuner to just like reveal the whole map and everything and check, but I don't think they are very developed. I don't think they are developed to some extent. Okay, what I need to check is start a game that starts in Exploration Age instead of Antiquity, and see how developed all the players will be then. Because that might be the answer.
우리는
And I haven't actually tried to start a game in Exploration Age instead of Antiquity. I might actually try that next. How long does the average game take? So, on standard speed, if you want to play from the start of Antiquity Age to the very end of the game, which is like the end of Modern Era, on standard speed, that's going to take around like 12 to 14 hours. Faster or slower, depending on like how fast you go. But as I commented earlier, right now, from my experience, the overall pacing of the game feels better on speeds faster than standard, but on age length longer than standard. So if you're playing on, let's say, quick speed, you should be able to finish in like under 8 hours. 8-9 hours, something like that. And on online speed, you could do like 6 hours or so. So you can play through a full game on online speed in about 6 hours. Otherwise, on standard speed, it's gonna be like 12 or more. It obviously depends on like a number of factors. So if you play a lot of active wars, then obviously it's gonna take longer because you're fighting wars, you're doing a lot of unit micro, etc. Exactly the same as in previous saves. Okay, we got walls in our forward settle here, that's good. But Theodora doesn't seem to mind too much. So we're good. Are you buying stuff?
Μέλιμα. Ναι, φίλτατος.
Ungavuma ukudayisa.
Gelin pazarlığa tut.
It's going to be weird not actually needing strategic resources anymore.
What is drama but life?
It's gonna be really weird. Okay, that's a really big tool tip right there. I do like that the specialists are much more impactful than in Civilization 6. One of the things I really disliked about Civilization 6 is that specialists really got neutered in Civ 6. It wasn't a super relevant mechanic, but in Civ 7 it's a much more relevant mechanic. Significantly more relevant. You can spam a lot of specialists potentially. It's actually like a totally valid strategy to go really hard on specialists. So I like that. That's a good change. And it can be a tough decision of when to start going hard on specialists. It's not necessarily a no-brainer when to start spamming them. Because they also do have a slight negative effect on your happiness. This is part of the reason why I really like Ashoka, because if you want to spam specialists, you will take a happiness penalty from them. If you place a specialist that will not give you any more happiness, you get a -2 happiness penalty for each specialist. And if you're playing as a leader like Ashoka, you don't really have to give a shit. So there are plenty of leaders I haven't played yet, but overall, like Ashoka is one of the ones that I did play, and he's easily S tier. Like, I'm not much of a tier list guy, but he's easily S tier. Like, definitely S tier, without a doubt.
Ungavuma ukudayisa.
I really need to stop hearing Ahsoka instead of Ashoka. Yeah. Yeah, so for anyone who wasn't here earlier, and you don't know what I'm talking about, I can show you exactly what he does. And I'm pretty sure you'll see why he's good without a detailed explanation why. Right here. This is Ashoka World Renouncer, because there are two variants. And he's definitely S tier without a doubt. And there are some really interesting synergies that you can get with him. I've been testing some different strategies with him, and I don't think I'm even close to maximizing his potential. So, yeah. I will tell you one thing. My first game on YouTube will definitely be as this guy. Like, definitely this guy. Like, absolutely no doubt whatsoever. That will be my first game. Like, that's already decided. I think the next one I want to try out is Machiavelli.
Then what?
Because you can do some interesting stuff with him. But I need to be done with Ashoka first, so that might take a little bit of time. Okay, more terrace farms. Macho is actually gonna be a pretty good city with all these terrace farms. Yup. Can we build... okay. Never mind. Let's grab one more tile here before the city-state yoinks it. Alright. Our goal is looking much better. Shaka wants to be friends. Yeah, best friends forever, am I right? I am a little bit sad that Shaka is also not in Civ 7. Hopefully he will be in the future, because I like having Shaka around. Yeah, one thing that I'm kind of concerned about is, well, something I already commented about when they revealed this whole system, which is how aggressively monetized it's gonna be. Because consider one thing. Okay, consider one thing. If you see like a leader DLCs or civilization DLCs, not leader, if you start seeing like a civilization DLC in the future, which obviously we will, but if it's going to have equivalent pricing of like civilization DLCs from like Civ 6, for example, consider that a civilization in a Civilization 7 is just a civilization you can play in one single age. So like, let's say they make a DLC with Britain, right? For like modern era or exploration era. Let's say they make a DLC with Britain for exploration age. That's just Britain for exploration age, that's it. Like, that's it. Civilization in Civilization 7 are always strictly just for that one single age. So, that's something I'm kind of concerned about. Because what I think will happen is that
우리는
it's going to be a very sneaky way of making DLCs more expensive. Yeah, basically profit maxing, exactly. I think that's what it's gonna be. Would you say that if a person enjoys going for diplomacy and cultural victories, that Civ 7 might be more interesting than Civ 6? Well, I will say that I do like the way diplomacy works in Civilization 7. I don't like that the agenda system is still basically exactly the same, but overall, I do actually like diplomacy in Civilization 7. It makes more sense and it's more interesting overall. So quite possibly. That's a possible yes, maybe.
Bayete.
But yeah, but this is still my biggest concern about the Civ. How much they're going to try squeezing out of it. Humankind did their DLC better by having them being based on a region and being in a pack, not sold individually. Yeah, I mean, that might also happen here, like, we don't really know. What's my favorite feature so far? Yeah, that's a tough question. There are a few things I do like. I'm not sure if I could really name a favorite feature, but I like army commanders. I do like the new resource system. I do quite like diplomacy. There are some improvements that could be made to diplomacy, but I think overall, diplomacy in Civilization 7 is a better system than in 6 and probably in 5. So I do like that. There are probably some other things if I really think about it more. But I definitely like the resource system, I like the army commanders, and I quite like diplomacy. But there are things I don't like too. Yeah, like, again, monetization is definitely something I'm concerned about. Can we expect to see 2 expansion packs? I would assume so. I mean, I don't know anything about that, nobody does, but I would assume so. Keep in mind though, like, right now the only DLCs they have announced are much smaller scope than an expansion. They haven't said or announced anything about a potential future expansion, nothing whatsoever. So even like the Founders edition, which is what, $140 or 30, that does not include future expansions. It includes future DLCs, but those DLCs are not expansions, so if you pay for that, you are not getting a future expansion as part of that. Just something to be really aware of. Oh, he denounced me. Yeah, he's probably gonna declare war at some point. But like overall, right now, the biggest question mark for me that I don't have the answer to. I actually had like somebody I know on YouTube who's doing an interview with the developers soon. I'm not gonna say who, because I don't think he would appreciate that, and I don't think it's like public information until he posts it. But yeah, there's somebody I know who will be doing an interview, and he asked me like what he could potentially, not just me, but he was asking like what questions he could ask. So I told him he should ask about the extent of modding support and what modding tools they have planned, because we don't know anything about that. We know nothing about what modding tools they have planned, if any, and when they might be released. We know nothing about that. The game appears to be very moddable. Like, just from the way the game is designed, it appears to be very moddable, which is a good thing. There's some significant potential. But this will depend on like a number of factors, like modding tools, which will potentially make it much easier and more convenient to take advantage of the way the game is built. So I do not know the answer to that question, and it's the number one thing I would like to know right now. My biggest question is, will the game be fun? Yeah, that is also, I mean, that is my biggest question, because it's one thing to enjoy a game for the first, let's say, 50 hours or even 100 hours, and it's completely different to still enjoy it after 1,000 hours. So that is also the biggest question to me, like, will it still be fun after 1,000 hours? I don't know. I think the answer to that will largely depend on what the modding scene will be like, let's say a year from now. And nobody knows the answer to that, unless you can like time travel or see the future. I do think, like, as it stands right now, without mods, I think the game will be too easy on data. Like there, I said it. I think it's actually going to be too easy. Because I know several people who have played data, including myself, and haven't really had any major problems with it. And we only got access like a week and a half ago. So I actually think Civ 7 will be too easy in the long run. So this is where modders come in, I guess. But yeah, I think it's gonna be too easy. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am, considering, like I said, I know several people who were surprised at how easily they handled Immortal and data, including myself. Like, I was literally testing a new strategy. I wasn't, like, really sure whether it's going to work well or not. And I pretty much destroyed the AI. I started on Immortal because I wasn't, like, sure about it, really, so I figured I'll do Immortal instead of Data, and very quickly I started regretting not doing Data instead. Because I destroyed the AI on Immortal. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, can I grab any more usable tiles here, other than mountains? Not really. Okay, looks like that's pretty much it for this city. Well, hey, if I don't care about pissing off Antwerp, we could use the general. You know one thing I really miss in Civ. This was one of my favorite features of Civilization 5. Friggin' citadels, man. I really hoped Civilization 7 will bring citadels back, but it didn't. And I find that to be extremely disappointing. That was probably one of the number one features I was hoping to see in Civilization 7. Like some form of citadel equivalent, but that's not a thing. So I'm really disappointed that's not a thing. Because citadels were so great. They were so fun to play with. Like, I agree that they weren't necessarily balanced, but they were such a fun feature to play with. Yeah, speaking of which... Wait, why is it showing Terrace Farm tooltip? I could grab a citadel here and grab more land, if I don't care about pissing off Antwerp. Maybe not the best idea right now, but it's a possibility in the future. I can always do it in the future. How entertaining do you think Civ 7 will be for content creation? Is there meaning potential, weird game setups or challenges? Well, there's definitely some potential for some interesting challenges and setups. I don't know whether it will have more potential compared to Civ 5 or 6 in the long run. I don't know about that. I think a lot of that will depend on what kind of content they will add in the future and like at what pace. And again, what the modding scene will be like. Because if you look at people who have been playing a shit ton of Civilization 6 more recently, like basically people on YouTube and or Twitch who only play Civilization 6 like every day, what they've been doing is using mods that increase the difficulty. So like there's a like DT Plus mod, DT Plus Plus, there's stuff like that. I haven't tried that myself, but that's a thing. I think it's a pretty popular one. So they're doing that. But as far as Civ 7 goes, yeah, I don't know. It will depend on the modding scene. That's the way I see it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna miss Sean Bean. I'm gonna miss some of the lines. And I think he's done a really good job narrating Civ 6. Yeah, I really liked him as the Civ 6 narrator. Yeah, I'm fond of pigs. That quote is gonna live rent-free in my head, like probably until the end of time. Yep. Definitely. Alright, we can still get some farms here, so I'm gonna do that. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna miss him at some of the quotes. I can't really think of any like super memeable quote from Civ 7 yet. Maybe some of them will pop up over time, but I can't think of anything like right now off the top of my head. Yeah, Nimoy had some fun lines too. Beep, beep, beep. Am I right? Best line. Best line. That was for Starlights, I believe. Yeah, best line. Did you ever get burned out playing Civ? Oh yeah, I mean, I can't really play one game forever. I need some variety and some change from time to time. There's no one single game that I could play like every single game, every single day for, I don't know, 5 years or longer. Yeah, no. So I got burned out on Civ, I got burned out on other things plenty of times. That's why I never wanted to be like a mono game guy. because I know for a fact I would get burned out like really hard if I only ever played one game and nothing else. I could not do that. As much as I like Civ, I couldn't play like just Civ. I also couldn't play just XCOM. As much as I like XCOM, like I love XCOM.
Με δείξας.
But I can't play just XCOM and nothing else. So, yeah. I'm still happy to go back to it.
Traders have come.
Like, these are my go-to games. When I don't feel like doing some other stuff. Oh yeah, let's grab this. I'm surprised he hasn't declared war on me yet. I should probably like build up my military a little bit so that I can defend myself if he does. Because that might happen. I don't have much of a military right now. So yeah, let's grab machinery for crossbowmen. And there are quite a few releases coming this year that I'm looking forward to. And I mentioned this one on Discord. Wait, what? Oh. I mentioned this one on Discord. One of the games I got high hopes for later this year is actually Menace from Battle Brothers developer. That's in top 3 of my list for 2025. I really hope it will be good. In the absence of any news about XCOM 3, like XCOM 3 might not even exist, and even if it does, it might be like 2 or 3 years away. Well, it might be a good, like, tactical fix. A year from now, XCOM 2 will be a decade old, which is kind of crazy. But that's basically, like, very high on my list. I will definitely play Black Reliquary when that's done. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm waiting for their final big update with like the final zone, because that will make all the saves incompatible. I will be playing that for sure. I really enjoyed Black Reliquary. Way more than Darkest Dungeon 2, like way more. Black Reliquary was friggin' awesome. And there's definitely some other stuff that I'm forgetting about right now. But there are quite a few games in 2025 that I'm looking forward to. Yeah, we've not had much chance to test 2 units per tile because we haven't fought any wars here. So, I can't really answer that question, but it should work better. I do think it's gonna be way better. We have good income now. Let's start getting some units. So like longswordsmen. Okay. Yeah, this city is gonna need a worker.
Как тебе понравится?
Well, we're friendly with a few AIs, that's good. We can check demographics. Alright. So, not a big difference here. 27, 29. That's a very small difference. That's 2 techs, basically. We could take this city very easily. Oh yeah, forts. Wait, what unlocks forts again? I literally don't remember. Oh yeah, engineering. Right. We do have that, right? Yes, we do. So if I'm gonna go to war, I should build some forts on the border. For obvious reasons. Probably over here. Not gonna build it on horses or bison, not that I can, but probably like here and here. Definitely up here because there's nothing over here, but probably here too. Or here, because there's no improvement on that grassland at the moment. But we should definitely do that if I'm gonna declare war. Yup. Alright, we got the barracks in here. Let's grab ourselves a longswordsman. Okay, we're gonna grab more farms here. Okay, that's crazy. This is actually going to be an insane city. We got 6 food, 2 production on an actual mountain. Straight up. That is nuts. That is actually nuts. Do we want more messengers? 85, yes. To get Ormos back. So, yes. Alright. How's the experience been without quick combat movement? Oh yeah, speaking of which, one of the things that's been really annoying me about Civ 7, other than the lack of search, which I already mentioned, is the fact that there's no such thing as quick combat and movement. Now, it's not as awful as it seems at first, because you don't have to wait for the animation to finish, but it's still been annoying me a lot. You can't speed it up. Like, that is not a thing at all. So that's been really, really annoying the heck out of me. I hope they add that. Yep, oh, there we go. Okay, well, I guess I'm not gonna have the time to build that fort. But alright. We're about to get a longswordsman, so that's good. Don't think I'm gonna wait for this messenger then. Yeah, probably not. We can get one later. Alright, the trader out. That's a good trader out. Alright, yeah, I don't have much of an army right now, but we're working on it. We'll get machinery in 4 turns. I could technically buy a unit, but that's really expensive and probably not worth it. Yeah, I don't think that's really worth it. Nah, we're about to get this guy and I have a road, so it's not that big of a deal. He might not even attack me very actively. Great writer, alright?
No.
Okay, well, there's the longswordsman. Let me check the promotion tree really quick. Yeah, we want to go drill to get stalwart later on. That's plus 35% combat strength when defending. That's really good. So drill. Okay, let's go. And we can still attack. I guess I don't have much of a choice. So theology. Okay, more units. Well, longswordsman is the best unit I can get right now. So that seems like a no-brainer at the moment. Our spy got promoted. So I probably can't get others to join, but we can ask.
Μέλημα.
Okay, it's not even an option. Yeah, because they have declaration of friendship. Okay.
Здравствуй.
Nope, can't do it here. Yeah, the others are not even remotely close.
Anactitech.
No, okay, well, whatever, it's fine. I'll get a few units and then we can maybe push towards his city a little bit. How's our spy doing? Okay, we just... wait, right, we just stole a tech. So I should probably move him out. I could still keep him here for vision. But if I capture the city before he's done, then I will waste my progress. Okay. I can shoot this dude. And we can shoot him again. Yeah, I need to remember that we can actually have 2 units on one tile, because we're playing with that mechanic enabled. It's easy to forget after a few thousand hours of civilization 5 and 6. Alright, he's coming. More farms. Okay, let's go into the city now. Now I can kill this fella. I should survive. Yeah, I'll be fine. As in, these two archers will shoot me now, but that should be fine. Okay, another longswordsman, good. I could grab a catapult or two. It will be much easier to protect catapults when we can have 2 units on one tile, obviously. So let's maybe grab at least like 1 or 2. Will Korea join in? Probably not.
안녕하시오.
Nope, not even an option. Alright, fine.
Здравствуй. Продолжай.
You don't want horses? Catherine doesn't want horses? What is this? I guess 1 is enough for her, am I right? Does anyone want horses? Shaka?
Bayete.
No? Alright. Well, I guess not then. Oh, there we go, nice. Oh, that's a nice rate. 7 gold per turn, nice. Maybe more. Okay, she's not buying more.
Ναι, φίλτατος.
That was a good trade though. 2000 gold.
Как тебе понравится, если я предложу?
Have I heard about an issue in Civ 5 not starting or crashing to desktop when playing Sapiens on Windows 11? I have not. I'm playing on Windows 11 myself,
동지여.
so I do not know anything about that, sorry. Korea declared war on Shaka, alright. There's machinery, now we can upgrade. Might as well upgrade this dude as well. We have the money, it's not a big deal. Okay, that's going to be a nice upgrade. And we can start pushing back soon. Yup. Alright, let's grab this timber. That's plus 10% production to pre-Renaissance buildings and siege units. So might as well grab that. Okay, education. I could get physics first. Okay, let's get physics first. It will take 9 turns, but it will unlock the trebuchet and also heavy horse archer. Yeah, we'll get that. In Civ 7, you change saves each era. Are historical leaders still a thing? Well, when you change the age, you have like an icon next to each civilization, which is the historical choice for your leader. But there's no actual like gameplay benefit for going for the historical choice, other than the fact it's like a historical choice. Same with the game setup, like there's no actual benefit, you just get like an indication in-game which is the historical choice. There's no setting right now that would force the AI to follow historical choices. It would actually make sense to include that, now when I think about it. There will probably be a mod that will do it. But now that I think about it, it would actually make sense to have a setting that would force the AI to follow historical choices. But there is not. Yeah, another thing is whether the choices they mark as historical, are they really historical? That's another like whole separate discussion. You're totally right. You're totally right about that. We can definitely discuss whether some of the choices that are marked are historical, are truly historical.
Как тебе
동지여. 우리는 상의해야 할 것이 많고 서로
Okay, he's moving. Now we can utilize our crossbowmen. Alright, another longswordsman, good. So drill still. It should be fine to go here. Wait, what's this? Oh yeah, right, we have 3-tile range with city bombardment here. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, one more shot. He dead. Let's heal up one more turn with this longswordman here. I don't think I want to be in bombardment range of this city yet. So let's not do that just yet. Yeah, not yet. Oh yeah, right, we have 2 units per tile, so I can just go here. Yep. I really need to try to remember that. So drill. Okay, you have 2 longswordmen on top of each other. We do have that catapult coming. Where do you think you're going? I will finish that messenger, but not sure if I can get to Ormus safely. I want to get allied with Ormus again, so that we'll have a chance of that city harassing Harald. Yeah, let's get units from Macho here. Catapult won't hurt. We do still have Geneva. 24. Imagine Montezuma dressed as French noble. Yeah, I would like to see that. I would really like to see that. What if 2 different AIs have the same historical choice? Yeah, I don't know the answer to that one. In fact, I'm not entirely certain whether it's possible for 2 different players to pick the same civilization after age transition. And this is mostly relevant for multiplayer, but it can be somewhat relevant for single player as well. Especially if we get mods that enable bigger maps with more civilizations in them. So I don't know what would happen then. Okay, horseman. That's not worth it. Mounted archer, not really. Okay, let's just spam some more longswordmen here. Right, we can take logistics. It will give me minus 20% penalty, but we can attack twice. Or I can get plus 20% strength on attacking. Yeah, I'll take logistics. It's also more experience. So yeah, we'll kill the berserker. Got him, nice one. Alright. Yeah, so I can attack with 1 longswordsman. Okay, this is maybe... No, this is fine. Attack with 1 of them and just leave the other one alone. Yeah, I can kill the horseman, but will be in the range of the city bombardment, of the bowman inside. There's a pikeman. I don't think I want to do that. There's the catapult. I'll take siege. Let's go. Caravan. Shaka. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think right now the AI in Civilization 7 might be treating the army commander as just a normal military unit. I don't know, but there's definitely something weird about it. And even if it does get like patched, even if there are some updates that improve AI's handling of army commanders, a human player will always be better at it. And the human player will definitely be better at actually keeping them alive. I have zero doubts about that. And they can get very powerful if you can keep them alive. Okay, do I want to spend 6 turns building ironworks? Probably not, because I could use more units for this war right now. Let's just keep getting units here. Now we can start moving towards the city a bit. So in Sapiens it is much easier to get units because they are not very expensive in terms of production. So that does mean the AI will be able to replace them much more easily and faster. Okay, so obviously the plan is to have a long swordsman and a catapult on one tile, so that the catapult will survive for longer. That is the plan. Let's just chill right now. There's another catapult. There you go. Alright. Let's grab a caravan here.
Ungavuma ukudayisa.
What? He wants peace already. What? Bro, you're the one who declared war on me. Yeah. You really think I'm going to accept that without getting something out of this war? Think again. Yeah, think again. Alright, let's go. One more. Okay, so I can move forward and kill this guy. Okay. Then we can move the catapult here. So we'll do that. I can probably go here and then pillage this. Yeah, let's do that. That will heal up the longswordsman a bit. And the other catapult will go here. Yep. Okay. That's good. Let's get Ormuz back. Done. So hopefully they will help us out a little bit from the northwest. I don't even need them to do much. I just need Ormuz to act as a distraction. So hopefully that will happen. That's the idea, at least. Okay. Barracks, because we'll need that for like the heroic epic. How do you have so much happiness with so many cities and pop? Well, this is Sapiens, keep in mind, it's a large overhaul mod. This is not like base Civ 5, so that's part of it. The balance here is quite a bit different. But normally, if this was like base Civ, the answer would be trade. So you wanted to focus on trading luxuries with the AI for luxuries that you do not have. Like, as much as possible. Okay, he's sending a bunch of scouts, really? Wait. He's sending like 4 scouts towards Tiwanaku? That's kind of weird. But okay. That is a little bit weird, yeah. A little bit weird. Okay, crossbowman. We will get physics in 3 turns, so that's good. Yeah, we're gonna need physics for trebuchets, but we can get started on using the catapults here. There you go. Okay, so let's pillage this. Probably just fortify this guy. Yep. Okay. This is where having a fort on this tile would have been very useful, but alas. I can probably still do it. I need to get some more workers. How much gold to buy a worker? 740. That's probably a bit too much for my taste. I wonder if there's going to be a mod that allows you to play one Civ through all the ages without having to select a new one. Well, I mean, there might be, but the problem with that is that you wouldn't have anything unique specifically for that age, unless the mod adds that. But it is definitely likely that we'll get mods that add more stuff for other ages, for civilizations that exist in another age. So that seems likely. So we could get a mod that gives, that creates an exploration age version of Rome, and then a modern age version of Rome, and then you could continue to play as Rome, if that makes sense. We'll probably get a mod that does this. At least that's kind of what I expect. It's probably going to be one of the first things people attempt to do, because that just makes sense. And it should be doable without any problems. Okay, 2 turns to get physics. Yeah, I need to move the crossbowmen to actually do something with them here. Let's go here first. Okay, we do have more units coming. Are we close to another great general? Sort of, not really. We like shiny things the most, apparently. True. Alright, so now we can go here and shoot that composite bowman. Okay. So there's new longswordsman. A road leading to like the front line would have been useful as well. Let's grab a quick worker. That shouldn't take long. Where's the worker? 1 turn, okay. Hey, 10-4, thanks for the prime sub. Appreciate it. So... well, we are about to unlock the heavy horse archer. So I could probably grab the mounted archer, right? Yes, I could. Let's do that then. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move the catapult. Over here, I guess. Okay, that's fine. But we definitely need a trebuchet at this point. Let's get shock on at least one guy. Alright, more incoming. But this is what war can often be in the Sapiens. You will just keep throwing units at each other because they're pretty cheap and pretty easy to replace. So getting like a breakthrough can take a while. Let's pillage this. Okay, nice. I need more units. More cannon fodder. I mean, volunteers, clearly. They're volunteers. They just volunteered when they weren't looking. Okay, this way. This is outside of bombardment range. But that fort is not complete. We can try to complete it, that's the idea. But it will take 7 turns to complete it. There's the mounted archer, and we can upgrade him right away. This can be a nice unit for like hit and run attacks. There you go. Let's grab another trebuchet here. That's 2 turns. Hey, I do think Civilization 5 looks pretty good for its age. Consider that Civilization 5 is 15 years old. Looks pretty damn good for a 15-year-old game to me. The biggest downside is that it does not scale with the resolution. So, like, if you want to play in 4K, yeah, I would not recommend that. Because the UI is gonna be super tiny. Like, really, really tiny. That's the biggest downside by far. Okay, more longswordsmen. More cannon fodder. Yep, now I need to back up. But I need to upgrade the catapult anyway. Let's just buy this. There you go. That should help a little bit. Right, so this guy has one tile range, but he can move, attack, and then move again. But he's pretty squishy. And there's a river over here. So let's... Oh, and there's also a barbarian. What? Really? Barbarian camp over there? What the heck? Can't you see I'm busy? How rude. How rude. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna keep the general in the back. It's safer that way. What's this? Oh yeah, emissary. Right, right. Well, Geneva is the closest. $63. Okay. Wait, there was an indication somewhere whether somebody has a consulate there, right? Because that would give us a vote. There was an indication somewhere on the UI, if I remember right. I vaguely remember. You could check somehow. On the tooltip, I think. Yeah. Yeah, here. Can establish diplomatic mission. That's the one. Yeah, okay, that's the one. So we need to go to Ormus, I guess. Or Valletta. We can do Valletta. They are neutral, but that's okay. Which is the logistics guy? This one. I will definitely capture this city. It might take a little bit of time, but I will. Alright. Get some horses. We should buy a few tiles over here, like this one. Before the city-state claims them. Yep. Alright, more farms. Look at all this food. That's kind of crazy. That city is going to have monstrous population in the long run. Okay, so let's grab the consulate here. That will give us +1 World Congress vote later on. And, well, let's see how much damage we can do here with the trebuchets. Hopefully it's gonna be good. Yeah, it's much better than catapults, that's for sure. Significantly better. Okay. Yeah, just move in with the crossbowmen as well. Move in with everything we got. Okay, maybe not this one, because he's level 4. I don't want to lose him. Looking good, though. Who's coming? Oh yeah, the scout? Not anymore, he's dead. Alright, more volunteers. I think that's enough military units for now, unless he sends some massive reinforcements. But probably not. I would like a heroic epic, so let's grab a heroic epic. Stable. Okay, we should be good for now. One more trebuchet. This is definitely enough. Will I be returning to Age of Wonders 4 again? I will at some point, for sure. I was going to play the last DLC that they released, because it looked pretty interesting, but I got sidetracked with other stuff. But yes, I definitely will at some point, because I still quite enjoy it. Alright, let's keep going. He ran out of units, at least for now. Okay, this definitely won't take long. Yup, it's already yellow, it's going down. Okay. You go here, and you go here. Maybe I can even take it on the next turn. 2 turns max, probably. Yep, okay, looks good. Yeah, probably 2 turns max. I might as well finish this fort. I probably won't need it anymore, but since it's half done, we might as well finish it.
Ungavuma ukudayisa.
That's a good trade. Yeah, and his capital is pretty far away, so it will take him some time to actually get here with more reinforcements. I bet he regrets forward settling me now. Because he's the one who forward settled me. Okay, yeah, this is where 2 units per tile are so much better, because you can have an infantry unit and then a siege unit on top of each other, and then one protects the other. It plays so much better, like way better. Okay, it will be ours on the next turn. Yup. Not on this one, no. Oh yeah, right, we still got like these scouts over here, and I'm at war with them. Let's move away. One more unit. He can go chase away the scouts. Yeah, now he wants a peace treaty. Now I'm not interested. Shouldn't have declared war. Yeah, should have thought about that before you declared war on me. Hey, I'm just defending myself, alright? I'm not a warmonger. I'm peaceful. I'm literally just defending myself. And there we go. 9 pop. Got a bunch of buildings. Chancery. Temple, Colossus. Colosseum. Alright. Now if I wanted to, I could probably go for the capital, but that would be a bit harder. Probably doable though. That was a good test of 2 units per tile though. That's definitely better than regular 1 unit. For sure. I really hope we'll see like some kind of variant of more than 1 unit per tile with the Civilization 7's army commander system, because I think that would make a lot of sense. And I don't mean just for movement, because we can do that for movement, I mean for actual combat. So I suppose we'll see. I see some potential there to make it work. Okay, happiness, 12. Now we can have peace, if he wants it.
Как тебе понравится, если я
Now I'm happy to get a peace treaty. The city-state killed one of them. And there's education. So we can get rid of this catapult, and then probably just end the war. Yep. I can't get anything from him. I guess not. Right? No. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that was a good test. So how are we doing on tech? Let's see. We got 30. 31, 32, 32, 31, 33, 32. Okay, so every AI in this game has 31 or 32, and Korea has 33. And I effectively have 31, because optics will take 1 single turn. So we're on par. And we just unlocked universities. Anyway, we are literally about to hit 5 hours right now. So I think that might be good enough for today. I need to get some food. So I will probably do like a few more streams before I'm able to actually stream Civilization 7. Maybe talk a bit more about Civ 7 if people have more questions. But like I said earlier, I'm not able to actually stream Civilization 7 until February. Like the 5th of February. I will definitely be streaming it after that. And I'll have games on YouTube as well. I'm currently recording one for YouTube. For when the embargo is up. And I will probably do some other games as well before that. There are a few I might check out or play a bit more, other than Civ 5 with Sapiens. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today, so thanks everyone for coming and hanging out with me. I appreciate it, I hope you enjoyed it. And I will see you next time. Bye bye, have a good one.